justified and allowed the Holocaust to get worse and worse and worse while they were engaging in lies. Like that's your future.
You know what would be really good, right? If there's any settlers who are listening to our space en route to a bunker or two, if you had if your conscience has had an awakening over the last 3 days about what you now see happening in Gaza, if it's given you a moral awakening, please do request the mic and we'll bring you right up. If you've had a conscious awakening, if you've actually, your morality is woken up and you realize what your country was doing wrong. But you've got to be an illegal settler and you have to recognize your illegitimacy on Palestinian land to be able to come up. I want the full confession on this space. That's something worth recording.
Yeah, good luck waiting for one of those.
I know, yeah. Don't hold your breath.
Can I jump in 1 minute? Sorry,
Yeah, that's
guys.
why I said this is gonna take a long time because Iran, they're gonna have to put a lot more rounds in here.
Nathan, jump in. Your hand was up right the way through, Nathan, so I wasn't sure if you were going to speak or not. I came to you earlier. Go ahead, jump in.
Right, so there's reports of an explosion was heard in Erbil, Iraqi Kurdistan. Also, the reports of Israeli strikes on Avaz, western Iran, and Mashdad, northeastern Iran. And then also, I just want to clarify something. So there were reports of explosions in Tehran, but then now there's reports coming out from Iranian media. They're stating that the explosions were because of Israeli drones being intercepted. So I just want to check that. I have another one, but I need to find it. Sully, are you here? Because if you're not, because I do send like breaking stuff to you, but if you're a bit busy, I will just announce it myself if you want.
I think send it to him because the team will put it out, but announce it as well. To be honest with you, I think that would be good because it'll just keep the conversation going.
I think he did say it was all right earlier too.
Yeah, just announce it, Nathan. Announce it.
Sorry, I'll add this in because it was interesting. So, Israeli media of the vanishing entity. Oh, sorry, I kind of probably should have skipped that out. So, anyways, so they say more than an hour has passed since the home front command's instructions to stay near protected areas, and no updates have been issued. It is irresponsible to leave Israelis in this state of tension and psychological pressure. I told you guys this yesterday. They like doing this, but anyways, there's another one where an Israeli settler from Tel Aviv responds to Netanyahu in a post on X. I quote, "The defense minister hides behind civilians in the center of Tel Aviv, then blames the Iranians for launching missiles towards civilian populations. My children and I are just collateral damage to him." And then it says the post includes a photo and a map of the defense ministry building located near civilian facilities. So it seems like the pressure's gonna start piling on them. The same thing that they expected to have happen in Tehran, it really sounds like it's gonna be happening in Tel Aviv. I shouldn't laugh because like I'm probably like already like 3/4 away on like 3/4 of the way, on a Mossad hit list. Like if I ain't already on it, so I probably shouldn't laugh like and gloat. Like I probably got to be mindful about what
Suleiman's on the top of that. They put Suleiman's name on a missile. I don't know if you know this, Nathan, but some of our listeners may not do.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, and then they sent him the picture and said that's going to go to Gaza. He's literally like wanted on that list, but he keeps rocking on. Guys, listen. So I'm looking, right? I might put this in the nest. This is from Suleiman's team. Put this out a little while ago, a few minutes ago, not a little while. And it says, this is from Jerusalem Post. Israel hopes Trump's administration will join the war after Iran rejects U.S. nuclear deal proposal. Of course they're going to reject it, you morons. They were ready to come to the table and discuss it with you today, and you bombed the hell out of them. Anyway, A senior Israeli official said, "We hope that this will happen eventually. You wish, right?" So that's in the nest for you guys to look at, and then we'll get his team to put that video out in a minute as well.
So wait a minute, they had the negotiations today, so because wasn't that supposed to be for today? So did they already have the
No, they didn't
discussions?
have it. They
rather?
didn't have it. They were scheduled for today, but like they obviously, like every time they get close to a negotiation, isn't it? Netanyahu gets like, you know, nightmares because he might be facing the gallows. So he makes sure that the negotiator's killed or the country's bombed or something. I don't want to negotiate with somebody who comes and bombs my home. I want to freaking bomb back. Do you know what I mean? So that's what happened. Like they were supposed to have the meeting today in Amman, and Iran was all set up to have that meeting. Iran's been very transparent on their uranium enrichment and nuclear facilities. Very, very transparent. I think Truth ran that, well, Truth, and I think I can't remember who it was, but they talked through that whole thing. Can Nathan jump in?
Right. Sorry, just real quickly. So, let's see, where did it go? So we got Iranian media is stating the air defense system in central and southern Tehran is engaging with projectiles, incoming projectiles. Also, Israeli media saying that they're currently on under a 700% increase in cyber attacks. How true that is, I don't know. It's not confirmed. Also, the reports of the American Hira base intercepting a target in Erbil's airspace. And then one more, it says, in areas where instructions have been issued to remain near the protected area, we confirm that the instructions remain in effect. And I got one more, sorry. So this is the Israeli media. I don't know if they could be lying, but they're reporting to the Israelis that there is a non-stop attack on Fordo nuclear site. But again, this is Israeli media, and it seems like I don't know if we can trust anything they're saying today. I mean, I know they're not really that credible anyway, but it seems like there's a lot of psychological warfare going on today, and it seems like they're doing it to their own public, which is just, I mean, it's not nothing that we ain't, you know, haven't known already all this time. But yeah, it's really crazy tonight.
But
It's like
even if
going
it's
to
not
sleep.
true, Nathan, it helps us understand what they want you to believe is true.
I know, but how many waves that we were supposed? Because I don't know if you guys remember. I don't know if you guys are keeping up, but I even said this like I don't know if it was early this morning. It will be yesterday morning now because I'm on the next day now. But we've had about five, or I'll say 5 to 7 supposed ballistic launches that never came. I don't know if you guys have noticed, like they just don't never come.
Guys, I want to say, right, very quickly, I put something in the nest, which is breaking news. So I don't know if you, Mays and Casey, followed this today, but basically, a couple of things have happened. Oh, we're getting news coming in thick and fast, but one of the things is Haaretz reported that people wanted to in Israel. Haaretz is obviously Israeli newspaper, and they said the Israelis wanted to leave Israel, obviously on emergency flights and get out. And Netanyahu's government said, "No, no, don't take them out of the country. Leave them in the country." Holding them hostage, basically. Leave them there. The airlines were instructed not to remove civilians, right? Which is madness. The second thing is that they were told because of some glitch or something anyway to wait near, like, I think I've just put it in the nest actually. Let me have a look at it so I can be a bit more accurate. It says breaking Israeli media. More than an hour has passed since the Home Front command's instructions to stay near protected areas. That's what they've been told to do, just stay near protected areas. And then no updates have been issued. It is irresponsible to leave Israelis in this state of tension and psychological pressure. Now, that's what Suleiman's team's posted, right? And I agree with that. But it's actually making me think Netanyahu cares about nobody but himself, right? So I'm thinking, have they said to people, wait within these protect. Do you remember what they did in Gaza? You need to go south, and once they were congregated south, they killed them all. This might be the false flag that we thought would come elsewhere, where he's making his own citizens wait in congregated, quote unquote, protected areas, and then Iran's going to be blamed for whatever may occur.
Right, like the protected areas are most likely military zones too.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put that past them at all. I mean, you had past, excuse me, him at all. You had them all there and all there gathered in that area, and then yeah, it's that's a I don't want to say perfect. I hate using those kind of words, but that is actually a recipe for the false flag kind of thing, where anything that happens would get blamed on Iran, and then the media would go out because they're already running this narrative too. Israel, excuse me, Israel attacks, military. Iran attacks civilians, right? So they would definitely blame it on Iran. And this is, that is, I agree too. It is psychologically damaging. It's not right. I mean, to force them to stay there is just, it isn't right. That's
Casey,
them doing
just
that.
hold that thought. One more tweet in the nest, guys. Israeli media, and I'm just reading what it says. We have been deceived. No missile was launched from Iran yet, despite the sound of warning sirens and millions going down to shelters. So they're already messing them around, just coming to the point you're going to make, Casey, there. So let's just recap. They're messing them around. They're sounding sirens, getting them to go down to shelters. There's no missiles launched when those sirens were sounded. Um, they're getting people to congregate in areas, leaving them just lounging around outside, and they didn't let them leave the country. This is something, I tell you what. Go, Casey.
Yeah, I mean, just watching him use, he's using his own people as cannon fodder, and he's messing with their heads. He's using them however they're just tools to him, and it is a shame because they're saying it. They're like, we don't know what's going on. They're petrified, and I mean, who wouldn't be
Well,
petrified, right?
they're not all petrified. I don't know if you saw that one homosexual Jew. They're in a bunker
I
together.
did. I didn't want to
They're
think about it
actually
again.
quite pleased to be in close quarters together.
Yeah,
You know, you can't stop the gay pride movement, gay
yeah.
pride month in Israel. Okay, so they, they'll find ways to pass time even if they lose internet. I just hope it doesn't get dark. Then whatever happens in the dark.
Don't make our space lurid. Truth. We're gonna keep it PG in here. Ew. I don't want images like that
I
at
was. I was.
midnight.
I just heard they're very dedicated
I
to
mean,
their
I mean,
religion.
Tel Aviv is statistically the gayest city on earth, and that's not me being condescending or mocking. That's out of the Times of Israel, according to their own
They're
statistics.
very
I
proud
think
of.
it's like
They're very
35 to
proud of it.
40% now is LGBT in Tel Aviv.
I mean, I was annoyed when I ran into that footage. I was absolutely annoyed, but I don't follow that person, and I didn't understand why it showed up for me on Twitter. It's funny the things they're boosting now, to try to make it seem like everybody's in this happy mood, I guess. But anyway, but
I'm
we
sure I've
see
seen
that no.
rainbow flagged all over your profile when I first got to know you, Casey.
Oh God, no, girl,
Guys,
that is
listen,
not
just really quickly. I think we lost Simon and Doc. Doc, if you're listening, I sent you a mic in DMs. Simon, if you're listening, I sent you a mic in DMs. I cannot see any mic requests, so I cannot bring you up. But if you go to the link I sent you in your DMs and join the space from there, you will be able to be brought up. So just leave the space completely, open your messages and click on the link I sent you, and that will bring you up to the panel. Thank you very much. And then soon we're going to sort out this co-host situation. May's Love is here. We're going to put in a little bit of a shift, and the chicks are going to run. We're going to get some order back in this place when the chicks are running it. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, I just went to Iran and I sent some pics from there. This is so cool. I'm telling you, check the videos, guys.
May's is doing a world tour.
For real, I went everywhere. Like I went to Iraq. I mean, you could see what people are doing real time in Iraq. Like you can go everywhere. I just found a rabbit hole. Like I don't know if I can get out of this one. It it's really interesting. I don't know, but you guys tell me what you think. Those are of the missiles, but they have stuff from like people eating, restaurants, malls. Oh my God, you should see these mosques. Wow, they're beautiful and grandiose, especially the ones in Tehran. It's really cool. All right, y'all, repost the space, hit the little purple pill, and repost, quote post, and make sure you're following Solomon and Khaleesi and setting their notifications on. Also follow Truth Teller Ian, Mofid, Nathan. We got a new person that's part of the crew, Auntie NSA, I think. Is that right? Auntie NSA? That girl. Oh, we have another doctor, Dr. Mahdavi. Yeah, man, follow everybody, put the notifications on for Silly and them. And yeah, I think it's slowed down a little bit now. I mean, I've been in my own little rabbit hole. I could be lying. Truth teller, yeah, everybody got a status update on. Mind you, I haven't
No,
slept
it's
over a
like
little bit. Yeah.
Hebrew media sounded kind of mad that they got fooled by Iran and the cyber hack because they had their sirens on for like an hour. They're waiting for this, onslaught of missiles, and they just haven't showed up. They've been duped.
It seems like the cyber hacks always happen when they don't want their own settlers to record.
Guys, that's I want to come back to what Truth was saying, but I just put a tweet in the nest, and it says Iranian air defenses. Sorry, it wasn't even systems. Iranian air defenses down Israeli drones near Tehran. Iranian air defense units successfully intercepted and shot down Israeli reconnaissance drones west of Tehran, according to domestic security sources. It's in the nest. Please share it. Please retweet it. It'd be great. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh my God, Truth. I was just coming to Truth. Is he gone? Oh my God, he's going to drop, isn't he?
No, he's back.
He's back.
I made fun of Hebrew media, and they caused my they caused my app to crash.
You
So
called him
vindictive,
gay and
Khaleesi.
everything. You said they were going to be at it in bunkers, Truth.
Oh my God.
Hey, what happens in the bunker stays in the bunkers. But if the bunker door being rocking, don't you come and knocking. You're gonna regret what you see.
Oh my God, Truth. Let's get back on. That's terrible. Let's get back on track. So,
Truth is
you
freestyling.
is.
Just adding some filler commentary
Uranus
because it's a
coming
bit slow
knocking.
right now.
But let's talk about these settlers, right? Truth. So the first thing is we heard earlier today that there were like airlines were told not to carry them when they wanted to evacuate, not to bring them out, right? When people wanted to evacuate with an emergency and the flights were leaving, and now they've been told to congregate in safe zones, but they've got no instructions. They're just left loitering in these safe zones. Earlier today, alarms went off. The sirens went off. They went down the shelters and nothing. Like nothing. Like there was nothing from Iran coming in. So what's this about?
I believe it's cyber warfare. They're just keeping them on their heels, and they're gonna do this again. And then, who knows? They might even catch them off guard. That they might not take the next announcement or two seriously, and there could be more of these Jewish occupation force terrorists out in the open that might find out the wrong way. So, element of surprise. I think Iran's definitely messing with them. They're not going to be predictable, and so because it was also detected by Israeli some kind of source. You know what? It might not even have been. It might have been an Iranian source giving somebody false information because they figured out who they are. So they might have arrested the Mossad agent, took his radio, phone, whatever, and provided some false information for them to then relay to Israel in addition to the cyber hack. Because they're using multiple different communication sources to be able to try and figure out what Iran's up to or when it's doing its missile launches from its platforms. But I think they arrested a bunch of Mossad agents today, so I think that's definitely going to mess with Israel's preparation in trying to anticipate incoming missiles because that's what's key tip for them to have minimized their casualties. And don't forget the adults are like I've said before, either IDF reservists. They could be Mossad, Shin Bet, Unit 8200. Almost all the adults do actually have to do some kind of national service, and most of them do enter the IDF. So they're all fair game, and they're all settler terrorists anyway, or they're part of like Ben Gavir's, illegal militia that's armed and brutalizing the Palestinian, the native inhabitants of the land. So yeah, cyber warfare does work too, and yeah, I bet you they're pissed off about that because it's ruining their weekend. They can't even go to the bar and have a drink. Too bad. So sad. I guess the Tel Aviv beaches probably aren't that busy right now, Mace. Why don't you take a look? What does your app say?
Doc, jump in.
I'm trying to, but what I wanted to read to you guys, which is a very interesting and not yet discussed point, but my screen has gone completely blank. So there's that. My app is glitching crazy. My whole phone is crazy. I think my phone is so sick and tired of being on for 4 days straight. It's like had enough of me. But I did make I didn't make the video, but somebody sent me a video and I posted it and it's really fun and cool. Did you guys see it?
No, but I'm gonna go look now. Did you see the video I sent you?
I did, thank you. No, it's not in the DMs, it's actually in my feed. While I try to get this blank screen to work. Fortunately, I can just see the microphone.
Oh, by the way, Khaleesi, it's middle of the night there, so they're not going to be able to sleep at all tonight. If they keep doing this, they're really going to mess with their sleep patterns. There's going to be some cranky settlers.
You know, it's funny because I remember one time hearing one of them say that they were making apple pie in their bunker. This was like a long time ago, or maybe 5 months ago or something, or I don't know. Anyway, and so I always imagined that their bunkers were like decked out or something, because I was like, oh, these people get whatever they want anyway, and then just they have these decked out bunkers. But then I looked at that footage, that picture, Khaleesi, from one of the posts you had up here. All those people stuck together like that for how long? That's gonna they might eat each other alive before anything else even happens. I couldn't even imagine being in that situation. I am not having any pity for them. I'm just saying that wow, this is they're gonna go nuts. They're gonna go completely insane, more insane than they already are.
I mean, in fairness, they already have a little mental instability and insanity going on anyway. They suffer from the various genetic defects they inherited from all the inbreeding, things like multiple personality disorder or schizophrenia, anxiety. Yeah, I guess wow, so
Okay.
cyber war, there's really something to, Ron thought this one through, huh? The cyber warfare. Let's drive them even crazier. Let's keep them in a bunker let's make them to spend too much time with each other on the weekends during Gay Pride Month. Really drive them crazy.
Okay, you guys, I have
That
something to submit.
might increase suicide rates.
Is truth rugged?
I think Dr. Roshanak has something to what? I think
Yeah.
yeah.
Something to that nobody has been talking about or probably doesn't even know about. So we've been talking. So I first presented to you the idea of what's going on with Pakistan and nukes and so on and so forth, and how Pakistan has been really backing up Iran. Whoa. The plot thickens. So follow this. In the 1970s, Saudi Arabia, who is supposed to be not getting along with Iran, right? One of the problems is that Iran is a threat to Saudi Arabia. Well, in the 1970s, Saudi Arabia reportedly provided financial assistance to Pakistan's nuclear weapons program in exchange for a guarantee of nuclear security for the kingdom. So Saudi Arabia is bankrolling Pakistan to create a nuke. Remember, they suddenly had a nuke out of nowhere? Okay. This arrangement, while officially denied, is believed to have involved a pact where Pakistan would provide nuclear weapons or technology to Saudi Arabia if the latter faced a nuclear threat. This relationship, which began with financial aid to Pakistan's nuclear ambitions, has deepened over time, with both countries engaging in military cooperation and technology sharing. So there is a financial support, there is a security guarantee, there is military cooperation, and there is nuclear cooperation. So the question is, and then the U.S. has expressed concerns about the potential proliferation of nuclear weapons and has closely monitored the Saudi-Pakistan nuclear nexus. So then this perceived nuclear threat from Iran and Iraq and Israel has been a key driver of Saudi Arabia's interest in acquiring nuclear weapons or security guarantees. So there's been this strategic partnership between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia that nobody talks about and that is somewhat denied, especially the nuclear part of it. But it's rooted in a shared strategic partnership where both countries are relying on each other for military, economic, and political support. So now, Iran, who is not best friends with Saudi, is getting the full backing of Pakistan, including potentially Pakistan saying, we will give you our nukes, we will give you everything, so on and so forth. So it's really been confirmed in these back rooms that Iran may already possess nuclear weapons. Why? Let me go back and get into this. There was some back and forthing between, I don't know if Suleiman is listening. Let's see, where is this? In the 70s, where Saudi, if ever attacked, or Iran uh, would have, what is this? I can't understand this, sorry. Pakistan would provide nuclear assets and transfer of tech to Saudi. And then just before Imran Khan left, my source is telling me that he went to Saudi Arabia to de-escalate and then visited Iran at that time when Iran was preparing for nuclear tests. So Pakistan urged Iran not to test nuclear weapons at the time, but Iran made a secret deal. And Pakistan is supposed to connect with Iran, who would safeguard its sovereignty. So if this is true, hold on, if this is true, then where does all of this stand with this sort of idea that Iran may already have nuclear weapons, but nobody knows except for maybe Pakistan?
Is this a publication you read it?
No. This is, some of it is already, you can like look it up, and a lot of what I said.
No, I was going to actually add context to it, but I just was
It's for
wondering what was
conspiracy
you reading.
theories.
No, it's not. If you actually like Google or
No,
AI,
listen,
a lot of it will
listen,
come
real
up,
quick.
except for the Iran part.
I'm gonna add something to this.
Yes, please. I
The
mean, I'm done. I
context.
just wanted to pose that to everybody.
Well, in relation to what you said, you know that earthquake earlier that everybody was saying it was 4.3 and a real nuclear
Can you
earthquake
guys hear me or
for
not?
test.
Wait, hold on.
Hello.
Nathan
Yes, we
was
can
about
hear
to
you. Go
say
ahead.
something.
Yeah, we can hear you. But
I swear it's like
Okay,
if that was a
guys, 1
tac,
second.
if that was a if that was a tactical nuke, what we were talking about earlier today, and we thought that 4.3 was too low, had all those aftershocks, and we said 5 is the average. But you know, it doesn't. I'm wondering if it wasn't a tactical nuke, which would have a much smaller yield, that was tested to set that off earlier today. So if you're saying that, you know, Israel, that Iran already has nukes, that you know, that might have been a tactical nuke test
So, but
today.
that's what I'm saying. We can start to put the pieces together from some of the stuff that I have that I can't tell you where I get it from, and from some of the stuff, a lot of the stuff that's already out there. Just putting some of the, I know, right? I keep telling you guys I can't tell you, but then, like yesterday when I said pull out the popcorn, and now you see the USS Nimitz here. That's what I was talking about, but I couldn't tell you. Anyway, so I'm just
Really wants
saying,
to chime in on this too, FYI, guys.
yeah. So if we're putting these pieces together, how does that change things?
Well, to be honest, I just think it's a bunch of mudslinging going on. I'm not saying from you, but you guys need to be mindful that people that send you stuff in your DMs, not everybody is genuine and like
No,
here to tell the
90%
truth.
of
But I'm gonna
99%
add
of what I
contact
told
to
you
the thing.
is
Oh my gosh, why are you
accurate.
interrupting me? I didn't just let me
I'm
finish
sorry.
what
I'm
I'm
sorry. I'm sorry.
saying.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. So the context behind it is it all stems from India's nuclear tests. When India made their nuclear tests, it put a bit of fear into Riyadh and into Islamabad or Pakistan, whichever you want to put it. And then that's why Riyadh did help to fund Pakistan's nuclear testing and the program itself. It all stems from India when they made their test. Once they made their test, that's when Saudi decided to help Pakistan.
Mufid, I think you were trying to say something a little while ago. You're muted, but we don't hear anything.
Well, when was it that Israel? When was it that Israel did their test in the nuclear ocean that they didn't really do? Who can remember what year that was?
I don't know, but have you guys heard of EMP bombs? Heard of
Yes.
EMP? Okay, I'm gonna put my post. I have a couple posts. I'll put it in.
Yeah, with the Zionist use against Maui, Hawaii.
Well, so they threatened to use this against Iran in April of last year, and I posted about it. I know. Let me put it in the little purple pill.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember they did that.
There was there, there was actually some stories right after the initial attack on Iran that they attempted to use an EMP on a jet that failed. I heard that story that they attempted to use an EMP and that failed. Have you guys heard that at the beginning of this war?
Sorry, I'm in the middle of posting these, but I did not hear that about this war. No.
Yeah, I can't recall where I heard it, and I didn't hear a lot about it, but there was some news flying around, and who knows? But that rumor was out there.
Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, so there are reports of a NATO AWACS surveillance aircraft has taken off from Turkey. It is now monitoring the airspace over Iran, Syria, and Iraq. Or Iraq.
Guys, check those. I really do think there's something to it. The EMP things, I put them in the purple pill. One explains.
Well, I'm sorry. Remember what you said about the AWACS. Remember there was 4 refuelers that launched earlier, and now if they got an AWACS up there, then there's something big that's getting ready to happen.
I don't speak military at all, so I don't know what that means. But if anybody wants to translate for me, that would be fantastic.
I think both. I think both are about to go all out soon.
Yeah, basically the AWACS is the plane that directs and controls all and monitors everything, and it's like the command center. And the 4 refueling
It's an early
planes are
warning
what they're going to
system, is
need.
what it is. It's an early warning system, is basically what it is. So it's an airborne early warning system or a control center. So basically, it's like having a radar, a mobile radar system in the sky, but because you're of your altitude, you have a longer range of vision, so you can cover more area. So then that allows you to basically have more detail.
Hear what the results of that attack was. They kept it under wraps, but that should be a huge disaster when that was attacked yesterday.
Well, they're
And I'm
covering it up.
surprised there was something. Yeah, I'm surprised there was something that was standing left to be hit today. And I heard today's earlier somebody said that was 20% of Israel's traffic. I actually heard the number was more higher, about
No, it's much higher.
30%.
It's Israel's leading port. Over 20
I
million,
heard it was
20
about
million tons of goods go there a year, and
30%
it's their
of their
most
goods
efficient
actually.
and it's their biggest port. So that's a huge loss for them to be able to carry out their supply chain and receive,
And
goods and
I
what they
haven't
need.
I haven't verified. I did see some satellite images of the damage to the airport, but those are so easy to fake, and who knows what the damage is. I don't know if you guys have seen those same images, but it would be they've got everything on wraps along with that. I don't know if it's true, but you're seeing a lot of reports that they're not allowing settlers to flee. They're trying to encourage airlines to stop mass exodus. So they've got a tight wrap down out of what's happening. But I didn't hear a lot of people say that, hey, that port was hit yesterday. It must be completely in
Yeah.
ruins after a second hit.
Yeah, so interestingly, that it's 70% owned by. Do you know if it's like the government of India, truth, or just Indian elites and billionaires, or you're not sure?
I had Vivid Prowess put 1 rupee towards it.
Okay. Well, anyway, what happens in this situation is that
I just
Israel is.
breaking news that a senior Mossad spy was captured by fleeing the city of Benet. So this is a senior. Maybe they'll get some more info from this guy.
Yeah. So what happens in this scenario is that all of Israel.
Just some breaking news, Simon, and I'll give it straight back to you. The tweets in the nest: France to join Israel in war with Iran. Israeli Foreign Minister said France have offered to participate in our attacks on Iran. So again, Macron getting battered at home and then becoming someone else's poodle in real life. Go ahead, jump
This
in.
guy's an
Yeah.
eternal cuck, I swear.
Yeah, Macron's a complete fool. But yeah, the impact of all of this anyway is that the predators, the vultures, they all start to circle around Israel and look for opportunities to purchase distressed assets and engineer an environment to where they can they can do a speculative attack on all of those assets. So ownership will be, changed, and those that are able to control the capital markets and have access to sovereign wealth are the ones that might have the most vested interest in trying to acquire all of the key assets of Israel in distress. And the one that ends up with all the assets will be the one that controls the future of the region, and the direction of the region.
Hey,
Hey
Simon,
guys,
I'd,
is
I'd
there
be
any
curious
update?
if you war game out the economic prospects of this at a very macro level. And I know it's a near impossible question, but if you try to think through the let's call it loosely the West and the let's say supremacist system of whatever we would define Israel and its allegiance from the United States and the United Kingdom, if Iran is to come out on top of this, what do you think the economic macro looks like versus the alternative? Is the alternative the rise and domination from the BRICS empire that people have talked about for the last decade or two, or how would you see that playing out? I'd just be curious for your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, it's so basically you're having a redefinition of the world order. The key players, Iran's not in a position to acquire Israel or any of the
Just
strategic.
some more breaking news. Simon, apologies. Like, I actually want to hear what you got to say about this. So just give me 2 seconds to read this news, and then actually, it's quite a bit of news. Just give me one minute. First one is the tweet in the nest. Another American aircraft carrier. We spoke about this before. Carrier is heading towards the Middle East. The American aircraft carrier Nimitz and its strike group are now heading towards the Middle East, joining the American aircraft carrier Carl Vinson and the British warship HMS Her Majesty's Prince of Wales. This positions 3 powerful aircraft carriers within striking distance of Iran's shore. So there's 3 powerful aircraft carriers in striking distance of Iran.
Those were
Also,
that was what I was going to say. That was being blown across every channel about 25 minutes ago, and it was weird because it was hitting every channel at the same time. So it's almost like there was an intention to get that about those 3 strike groups, because you never see news released like just blasted across every info network. So I don't know what that's done. Is they're trying to project a threat by putting that out there, because as far as I know, those groups were not that far off to begin with.
cool. We there was some more news, but I'll just oh, it's got 9. So give me 2 seconds.
I'm sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, all good. No, all good, all good. Here we go. The Islamic resistance in Iraq said, "We will not remain idle in the face of the entity's aggression against Iran, and we are coordinated with the parties of the resistance of Axis. Any intervention supporting the entity means the explosion of the entire region, and all American interests and based in Iraq and the region will be under the fire of the resistance if basically America attack." What we got here? Violent waves of Israeli airstrikes on Iran right now. According to local sources, an F-16 jet has been intercepted in the Mazan Heights of Dar es Shahar County, and its pilot has been detained by the army. So there is a claim that another F-16 plane has been taken out, and they have the pilot. Okay. There is a claim that Iranian missile strikes but this was before, so it's a repeat. But it is a claim that Iran struck Israelis' Rafale advanced defense systems.
So that one there, that post was actually
What is
just real
this
quick.
one? This one goes.
That post was recent, but the thing is, there's no other confirmation for it. So that's why.
Yeah, I think it's the previous
Yeah,
one
that's
because
what I
we
thought.
mentioned
So.
it previously, right? A settler, but this is funny. A settler's home, settler means someone who stole a Palestinian's home, was hit during the Iranian attack. And he said, quote, "Why do they want to destroy us? Why? What did we do? We didn't hurt anyone." Iranian news agency says sound of explosion in the city of Shahriya west of the capital of Tehran. There's a state of emergency in Israel. Israel struck it struck the secret facility in Iran that Rerim Navarim reported on earlier today. The Iranian defense system intercepts Zionist targets in Ilam Shah
Hey,
and
hey,
Vavan.
be careful, Rover Navarro. I see some stories in there that are real questionable. I don't know if you guys noticed that lately.
Yeah, we don't really use him. This is another channel that's mentioned him. There has been claims that Iran has activated the Basij. The Basij is basically a parliamentary volunteer organization within the Iran's IRGC. It translates the mobilization of the oppressed. The Basij plays a significant role in social control, including stopping basically stopping collaborators. That is the catch up on the news. I believe, Simon,
I
you were
got
going
some
to answer some, and then once
breaking
you
news from Trump.
go ahead.
Trump.
Yeah,
I don't know. I can't find any other source. Trump said that claims Israel and Iran may reconcile soon, and America may intervene in this conflict, or to impose peace or counterattacks. I can't find another source from that, but
Simon, jump in. You were speaking, and then go to AR.
Yeah, I was answering Ian's question. In terms of this being a war of attrition, it just means that the longer this goes on for, because Iran is, although sanctioned, it's had years and decades to create a very insular environment. And because it joined BRICS, it's got the support of being able to sell its oil to China, and China needs it. Now, the interesting thing, as the price of oil goes up, that actually increases the profits of Iran. So it actually benefits anybody that is actually producing that oil and exporting it. And so at the moment, America's not exporting too much, and Iran actually is. So Iran can economically offset some of the costs of this operation, and its partnership with Russia and China in BRICS becomes incredibly important. And so while they won't do, they will make sure that Iran has everything that is needed in order to remain sovereign. And the longer this goes on for, the more ideologically aligned those in the region will be. And so the West will try and create a colored revolution, and they'll try and get their agents in order to engage in activities like blowing up cars and creating unnatural riots, so that they can start to participate those that have been economically weakened by the sanctions to join those riots, so that they can start to show that there is civil unrest and unnaturally try and create a revolution. I don't think that's going to work, and the early attempts at creating that are not working. But what will certainly be happening is Israel was a welfare state. It required the support of the American people and wealthy Jewish billionaires in order to contribute. Now, wealthy Jewish billionaires will at some point stop being ideological and say, I'm not going to pay $1 for these assets. I'm going to pay 10 cents for these assets. And so the people right now that are circling around, they'll either be the only buyers of Israeli assets right now is going to be the asset managers like BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, and they'll be doing exactly what they did in Ukraine. They'll want the war to go for as long as possible so that they can purchase assets at distress rates. And so the more economically weakened it gets, the more that they can profit from the misery. That's exactly what's happening in Ukraine. The other purchaser, like in Ukraine, obviously.
breaking news. Breaking news. Ballistic missile launch from Iran.
Okay. The other purchasers is the ones that are around
No
the
big
region.
deal, eh, Simon? You're just so used to it now.
All right, okay, yeah. Do you want to go jump in, Truth? Go on. If
No,
I
no, no. It's all good. You just, you took it. You
Simon,
took it in such
just a
stride.
question. Just a question.
Yeah, well, I guess it's an interesting point, right? We're normalizing the launch of ballistic missiles from Iran over to Israel. Not so long ago, when this space started, it would have been the hugest announcement ever. So it's an interesting observation. Just like we kind of normalize the blowing up of children by the terrorists.
Breaking news that there's attack again on the nuclear facility in Iran right now against Fardo.
Yeah, they're coping
Okay.
hard. They're going to strike another decoy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, to close up on this point, game theorying it out, Iran's job is to remain sovereign. They don't have goals of global, a greater Iran project or the caliphate trying to create, the greater Iran and create this ISIS Muslim state that everyone wants you to believe. They just want to look after their people and remain humble to their own. And so they are completely insulated and partnered with BRICS in order to carry this on for as long as it needs to carry on for. In terms of Israel, Israel is up against the clock, surrounded by vultures. And so if you're dealing with America, if you're dealing with BlackRock, if you're dealing with Straight Street and Vanguard, they don't do charity. They do distress purchase and strategic weakening. That is their strategy, and they'll use it on their own. And so they'll be competing with those that have strategic interest in the region, which will be Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and obviously China as well. Those are the only buyers in the market, and they'll be surrounding this and they'll be determining who's going to control the future of the region. And Iran is the mechanism for achieving the strategic weakness with the promise of to be economically sovereign at the end of it, is where I think this is actually going. So I think that's what we're seeing anyway.
Now, in the grand scheme of things, economically speaking, Simon, isn't this just like part of their agenda of their fourth industrialized revolution, or to reset the world economy as it is collapsing, before our very eyes? Like
Yeah, the economy is
having the
not
war,
collapsing.
like just like after the
Yeah,
Second World War, they had their third industrial revolution, etc., to reset
yeah,
the world economy. So in grand scheme of things, don't you think they want a third world war?
no,
And this is a
no,
part of
we
it,
don't.
like.
No, the only reason we had World War II is because there was such supremacy by America, and there was no real competing force other than the Soviet Union. And so right now you have serious competing forces where the end game with nuclear power ends up in the complete destruction of everything. Nobody profits from the complete destruction of everything. And so in the end, World War III is pretty much an economic, it's not feasible in any way, shape, or form, whoever role plays it out. And so I believe at the end of this, you do get a resetting of the world order, and it's not the same one that we had after World War II, which was dominated by America in a fake Cold War against the Soviet Union that Wall Street funded both sides. This is not the same game. Wall Street has not funded BRICS. Wall Street, these are competing sovereign forces, because they all partnered with America, and the vultures that control America sent all the money abroad to others, and America is essentially owned by non-American interests. But yeah, this does definitely reset the world order, and that's what I believe we're witnessing at the end of this.
So do you think
And
that?
yeah, to answer your question, Iran's not a dominating type of thing.
Right.
That's what Iran's not looking to dominate. This is going
Right.
to be a multi-party regional order, where I believe the Middle East will probably be the most prosperous
Mm-hmm.
at the end of it, and BRICS will invest in the global South and all the regions that have been colonized by the dollar are essentially at the end of this going to be in a significantly better position than where they were.
So does that negate the idea of
Just
that either
let me just
side? Yes,
one
yes,
second, Doctor. I want you to ask those questions. Just give me 2
sure.
seconds to read this out, and then I give it straight back to you to ask those questions. Just some breaking news. I've got a lot of news coming out actually. Let me catch up. So the tweet in the nest. Let's do that one first. Iranian Jewish MP wants a strong response to Israel. The Parliament of Iran's Jewish MP Humayun Sameh said he supports Israel's right to legitimate self-defense against Israel, urging throughout the past 2 years that Iran must have a strong response to Israeli aggression. That tweet is in the nest. Also, some of these tweets on my page because I haven't got enough. I have basically we get so much news is coming out, we don't have a chance to put it in the nest. But there is 224 civilians killed by Israel, according to the ministry. Iran's air defense system shot down several Israeli drones in the North Caspian Sea port of Anzali. Uh, Also, Afghanistan threatens US if it enters the war with Iran. It said if the US coalition intervenes in the war with Iran, we will also take action. That's the latest news. Let me give the mic back to the doc who can ask Simon questions.
Yeah, so just wondering if that theory negates the idea that either side would actually use a nuclear weapon on each other.
My personal belief, and others may disagree, that nukes are the end result of how you end up in a situation where nobody can win. And so therefore you have to sit down, and that's what ends everything, basically. Just like World War II ended in a scenario where basically America blew up Japanese civilians. That set the end, but I don't think you need to blow them up in this time, because the difference was that America was the only one that had a nuke, and so therefore I see World War III as infeasible. And I don't expect to see any of these nukes lead to all the other nuclear powers doing anything. But that's how you end it, by making an alliance with Pakistan and Iran. That's the type of game theory that we might see play out that I'm speculating on. The other thing to consider is that the longer this gets, the worse it gets for America. The difference with oil prices increasing is that oil has privatized all of American oil is privatized, so it makes corporations a bunch of money, and that money goes up to the asset managers, and the asset managers are invested in BRICS and the GCC and a multipolar world order. So you make profit not for America, but you actually weaponize those that are controlled in the stock market. And the countries that actually nationalize their oil, they benefit, which is Russia, Iran, and because that actually brings in more money for the country to defend itself. At the same time, it makes things worse for America, because as the price of they're trying to refinance $10 trillion of debt, and the cost of refinancing that debt is increasing the worse this gets. And so some of those auctions are going to mean that America could end up in a debt spiral. And last time we had a debt spiral like this, it led to the crash of various banks. And then that required a massive bailout. But the difference is the cost of America's debt is going to
Hey,
increase as well.
really quick, when you spoke on oil there, if anybody noticed that when those announcements came from England and France, that was pretty much after Iran said that if you attack our oil from our country, no country will have access to their oil supplies. That was what brung the mention of that carrier strike group and these huge announcements from France and England. I think what you're talking about is you talk about how volatile the U.S. oil is, but the EU economy is in shambles, especially construction of Nord Stream
Yeah,
and their Russian nuclear industry.
EU is a vassal state for America, American corporations. So EU, UK, Israel, they're all controlled by the same corporations. So when I say America, America is just the host nation, because EU is like just a vassal for the same companies, but they're all on US stock market. So the US is all that effectively matters.
Just Sorry about there's just so much news coming out. I am actually waiting and then end up getting like 4 or 5, and if I stop, I'll end up having to do like 50 in one go. Just the tweet in the nest first of all. Iran calls for Islamic army with Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Pakistan. Top Iranian official Mohsin Razi said, "We want to form an Islamic army with Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and several other countries. So like a coalition or an alliance." We also have we said this one already before. Israeli aircrafts launched strikes on the Al Matahin southeast of Deir al Blah in central Gaza Strip. The Israeli army is also bombing residential homes in Khan Yunis, south of Gaza Strip.
Sorry, Suleiman, who
That's
said they
happening
want to
right
set
now.
up that alliance between Saudi and everyone and
It was.
Turkey?
We're about to post a video on it as well, but he basically said it's Mohsen Rizai. He's the international national security member.
Of which country?
Iran,
Got you.
Iranian
Okay.
National Security Council member.
Yeah, so that's kind of posturing that there is unity around the region. What comes of that?
Which is your position, right?
What
Your position is that they're all myths.
the opposition? What do you mean, sorry?
Your position is that behind closed doors they're
Well,
all
they're
myths.
not all mates, but the economic opportunity for decolonizing from the US is great.
Okay, mates. So there's an alliance, which is what this
Correct.
is
The
basically saying,
GCC and
isn't it?
BRICS are all on the same page, and American corporations is the real negotiations that are happening here. And Iran and a free Palestine is the key to the final part of the final battle, as it were. One of the other questions someone asked is what's like the impact on Canada. One of the interesting things is that at the moment the dollar is weakening in relative to other countries, and so Canada, which is an oil exporting country, people are selling their US assets and purchasing Canadian assets.
So sorry, Simon. I do apologize. I'll be quick as possible. Another breaking news tweet is in the nest. This is from the same guy, Simon, that you're asking about. He was on TV and he asked, his name is Mohammad Rizai, the International Security Council member, and he said Pakistan told Iran that if Israel drops a nuclear bomb in Tehran, we will drop a nuclear bomb on them.
Yeah, so
Pakistan
this
said that about.
feels like
That's based. By the way, Solomon, there's 6 million Israelis in shelters. The irony isn't lost.
Hussein, do you wanna go on another mission to find them tunnels?
Whereas Palestinians, 5 million of them are at the gas station loading up. They took good advice from someone. Load up on
Hey,
gas right now.
here's some good news from Iran. I heard that several dozen people involved in organizing attacks on Iran's strategic facilities have been detained over the past 24 hours. Several caches and vehicles have been discovered. Hundreds of kilograms of explosives, detonators, drones have been seized. So I hope they get them all.
Yeah, you can't underestimate the inflationary pressure that this will create within Israel, like in terms of being able to access goods. There'll be anytime they can come out from the tunnels, there'll be panic buying in order to, and those that aren't able to access goods as usual will be charging a much higher price. And that was one of the impacts that happened in Gaza. So while we're not seeing in the same level, we are seeing that the very same things that the Gazans have been inflicted to, with no comparison. This is like, what they're experiencing is like 100 times better, but they'll make it out like it's 10,000 times worse because they don't believe that Gazans are of the same caliber as the Israelis. But they are going to be experiencing the same things, in terms of, but just a less impacts, but same result. And most of them will just, because they have the luxury of leaving, if they can leave, I think most of them will choose leaving, the worse this gets. Obviously, with Gaza, they couldn't leave. And if they did leave, they would never have the option or the right to return of coming back. And that was the whole reason why Israel has been destroying organizations like UNRWA. UNRWA held the right to return for all of the refugees, and they tried to destroy it because they were the ones that could deliver the humanitarian aid. And as an organization, they had the right, they were holding the legal right to have the refugees be able to return. And so they had a deliberate campaign to try and destroy UNRWA so that they could guarantee that people can't return. And now Iran, if they end up targeting those settlements, then this is going to be a significant way of repatriating land, really, by force. And but now they're doing it under the guise of
And
international law.
some breaking news that Iraq air defenses have stopped Israeli drones that were headed towards Iran. So I don't know if we have any other stories of Iraq standing on the side to help Iran. From previous, I heard launches were coming, but the air defenses have engaged to stop Israeli drones.
And you're going to hear a lot of posturing from Western, that are going to say like they're going to, but no one wants to be involved in this. No one wants to be on the other side of this, because they're all, the majority of the world, they just don't have the ideology. We've figured out in the West that our governments don't work for us. We don't have the same ethical morality in terms of getting behind a holy war. The people in Gaza, the people in Iran, the people in Lebanon, they are charged. They've been in battle for a long time. It's why whenever the IDF goes and invades, Gaza, and actually gets on the ground with Hamas or gets on the ground with Hezbollah, I mean, they just get crucified because, Hezbollah has been fighting ISIS in that dirty war in Syria. These are people that are fighting on the right side of history, and they recognize the injustice that they've been framed as, terrorists, and the only reason that the IDF get to call themselves the most moral army in the world is simply because CNBC, Fox News, and the BBC says it, and because President Trump says it or Biden says it, but there's no truth to it or whatsoever. And they're not the same type of people. They're not fighting the same type of thing. They've always got options. They can always go back to where they came from, with the exception of the completely radicalized, Zionists, which just have reached a phase in their life where they think it's okay to terrorize, rape, massacre Palestinians.
Hi guys, I don't mean to interrupt, but can I please add a couple of things here? And I have a question.
Yeah, jump in.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so my name's Amber. I'm from Pakistan. I wanted to ask a question about one of the
Please don't
posts.
make
One of
it
your
about like internal Pakistani politics. If you can stick to, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's nothing about the politics, but I just have a question about one of your recent posts where you mentioned that the Pakistan-Iran border is closed. So we've been hearing like otherwise from people on the ground. They say the border is not closed; it's fully regulated and open to Pakistanis returning from Iran, and no Iranians they have approached to the border. So there's no closure of the border at this time. So I just wanted to ask if that's been, yeah. So that's what
Sorry,
we're
are you
saying.
saying that Iranians are not trying to leave the country?
No,
No, I
no,
heard.
they have
I'd
not
like to know.
approached
I
it.
heard.
Hmm.
I heard one report. I heard one report earlier that Pakistan made an official request to allow to use its planes to help provide air support inside Iran. I only saw that in one
No,
source.
that
I don't know if anybody's heard about
I
that.
can tell you
It,
for sure
it,
that is also not true. I can also tell you for sure that also those tweets, and they've been going on around, that Pakistan informed the US and even France that there is going to be, if there's any nuclear attack on Iran, that would be met with a Pakistani nuclear attack. That is also not true. Pakistan, like our official channels and everybody, we have not said that. So that is not true. And there's another,
Okay, so
yes,
one
please.
second. So when you say we, who do you
The
represent?
the Pakistani government.
You represent the Pakistani government. What's your position?
Wait. I read reports directly from
Bro,
the
can you just
government.
stop interrupting for 2 seconds, please?
I'm telling you from the Pakistani point of view, like what they have posted and what they're saying, and what are.
Okay, so okay,
Mm-hmm,
1 second. Let
mm-hmm,
me answer your question. So the first thing is, there are reports that Iran border was closed, and for example, it is posted in the Dawn. Iran border crossing in Balochistan closed indefinitely was one report. There's also a report that says what you call it, the Gab Rimdan border crossing was also closed, which is a separate border. So those are just two examples. In terms of what Iran is, what Pakistan said, in terms of bombing from a nuclear perspective. I mean, this is from the Iranian person, and we mentioned the source because it's actually a video of him saying it. Now, he could be making it
mm-hmm,
up. We know Pakistan is America's vassal state, so it is possible that they will do America's
mm-hmm.
bidding, and it's possible. But then on the other hand, they know from a geopolitical perspective, if Iran was to fall, as Netanyahu said, Pakistan would be in a massive geopolitical
Absolutely.
crisis. So from a Pakistan perspective, it would be stupid of them unless they're retards, which is possible as well. I have no idea. I've never been fond of Pakistani leadership anyway. I only thought they did well against India, and if these reports are true, then it's well. But if you're saying they're false and Pakistanis are just lying to the Iranians, then it just shows that again they're just like basically cannot be trusted and are
Uh,
basically embarrassing. But in terms of from a geopolitical perspective, they're not going to go to the United States of America and be like, yeah, we are going to bomb Iran. So clearly they've made two different statements to two different people, and then we just have to see which way they end up going. But it's quite clear that either this guy's
mm-hmm.
lying, and we mentioned the source. So when you say it's not, when you say it's wrong, it's not wrong. You're just basing it on being an average Joe who's speaking to some other average Joes. But in reality,
That is
what we're
not
saying is,
true. Yeah. It yes.
what's not true? It's not true that Mohsen Rezai said it.
Most who in Pakistan said that?
No, listen.
I can tell you
Who's
that
is Mo?
Nasir Kazim actually was a representative of Shabazz Sharif and his cabinet members, and he put out a video that Press TV's carried out saying that Pakistan will defend Iran, and
Yeah,
there's more
yes,
in that
that is
video.
absolutely true. That is what they said. Pakistan will defend Iran. But did he say that Pakistan informed somebody? Did they say anything about the nuclear attack? That if they do that, Pakistan is going
I
to do
just
that as
pulled up the
well?
video right now. I haven't looked at it, but you just said you were making it sound like they're going to be neutral and do nothing. So you just got caught in that lie, and then you're trying to claim that Pakistan and Iran just are like independent entities wanting nothing to do with each other. So you
No,
lied.
that is not what
You
I'm saying.
did.
They're not
And
independent.
you're only a doctor, by the way. You're not a government official. You don't know, and I don't believe you have any contacts on the ground to know what's happening at the border either.
Well, if I do, I won't be able to tell you that.
Cool.
That's for
What's your
sure.
source? So you won't be able to tell us. So you
I
don't have a
cannot.
real. So it's trust me, bro.
Yes,
So it's trust me, bro. Got it.
yes, I cannot. But yeah.
That's very. That sounds very credible.
Well, that is something that I wanted to mention here. So
Cool. You mentioned it. Is there anything else?
no.
So you mentioned it, and what you're not understanding is probably maybe it's I don't know what it is. Maybe you're not understanding like the basics of what we're saying. So first thing, you've conceded that he said that Pakistan are gonna basically support Iran in that regard. In terms of the
Vows
nuclear,
to defend Iran at all international
vows to
forums in
defend,
every way.
vows to defend Islam. So it's even more. I mean, Iran. So it's even more explicit. The border thing we've given a few examples of. It could be again that is fake. Who knows? But we're just they're the two or three mainstream sources, and then there's obviously alternative sources that have made the claims. In terms of the nuclear bomb, we mentioned this, and you seem to not understand what I'm
I
saying.
do,
I just
Suleiman.
told you that the Iran. So you're talking again, and maybe that's why you're not understanding. So the Iranian National Security Council member Mohsen Rezai said that he was told by Pakistani officials behind closed doors, essentially, is what he's saying, that if Israel drops a nuclear bomb in Tehran, we will drop a nuclear bomb on them. Now, Your position could be he's either lying, which is possible. That's option one. Option two is Pakistan did say to him, and that's why he's come out on national TV and said it. And therefore, Pakistan either are going to do it, or option three, if they told the Americans, it means they're playing both sides. Or option four is that they want to keep their options open in the sense of don't want to start a conflict with America because there's a lot of American impact on Pakistani politics, and then decide when the issue escalates.
I guess the easier way to explain it to her, to Amber, is that, sometimes there are internal dialogue between government officials of two different countries. And that doesn't necessarily mean that one of those countries is going to go announce it to the world and to every country or on the media, etc. But the other official can put it on the news, whatever, like announce it on the news that, yes, I had a conversation with the politician from this other country and they said X, Y, and Z. You know what I mean? So as a Pakistani regular person, you may not have heard that because it wasn't an official announcement by your government to news organizations, but it was an internal dialogue between two officials from Iran and Pakistan. And Pakistan said, well, if they do that, we do this. You know what I mean? So maybe that would clarify for you. I hope. I don't know.
I completely agree with you. And yes, backdoor channels are there, but that's what I was talking about. That for them to officially claim that Pakistan said it, it was not claimed officially. That is what I was saying. Otherwise,
But
I agree with
but
you.
yeah, no one said that. You're projecting something that you have a language barrier and understanding. No one said Pakistan said it. We literally, actually, if anything, we emphasized it more than anyone else because Simon said, "Oh, who said it?" And then I went and checked. I said, "Oh, it was Mohammed Mohsen Reza." And he said, "What's his position?" And I said, "National Security Council." And then he said, "Which country?" And I said, "Iran." So if you did you hear that conversation?
Yes, I did hear that conversation. I
Okay,
think we're not.
if you
Yeah.
so if you heard that conversation, what made you in your mind think that we said Pakistan said it?
What does your tweet exactly say?
Pakistan will drop nuke on Israel if Israel uses it against Iran. Iran National Security Council member Mohammed Rezai said this quote: Pakistan told Iran that if Israel drops a nuclear bomb in Tehran, we will drop a nuclear bomb on them. End quote.
Yes, and that is, that is exactly what I'm trying to say, that from the Pakistani perspective, from the Pakistani point of view, Pakistan did not say
Oh,
that.
you're so retarded. It's unbelievable. I just
That is
don't get
actually
it. I,
actually very rude. I am not being rude to you. And yes,
Nah, because you're being annoying. Like, I don't get it. It's just so low IQ. You don't understand very basics. I'm literally reading to you the quote of what said that it was Muhammad Rizai who said it. And you're like, no, but that didn't happen, sir. And I'm like, listen, Pakistan have just said that Pakistan will drop, sorry, breaking news, Pakistan will drop nuke on Israel if Israel use it against Iran. I didn't say Pakistani official
okay.
says it or Pakistan have said. I didn't say Pakistani official said it, nor did I say Pakistan said it. I literally made a headline, and the headline is explained immediately to say that Iran National Security Council member Mohsen Rezai said it, and then there's a quote.
Right. That means the Iranian official said that.
She doesn't. It doesn't matter. You know what it is? We're just going on circles. It happens. Like some people get certain positions just because of like politics, right? It's fine. Like this is wasting my time. The audience has heard it. The audience can see if this chick makes sense or not, or if I make sense. It's fine. Um, let's go to the next piece of news, bruv. Thought Zayos were annoying, right? Iran's Aragchi said the fire ignited by Israel may spiral out of control. Uh, so that's Aragchi. So now, if I was this AR chick, I'd be like, but Israel didn't say it was going to come out of control, and this person didn't say, and therefore it didn't happen. Like, what is going on? Like, am I really living in this world? Iran's Aragchi also said our brave armed forces are competently providing the country's security. Hebrew Channel 7 said preparations for fire from Iran within the coming hours. Reports from Iran are the joint attack by Israeli force and Navy force on Anzali airport. Arabchi also said almost all countries in the region condemned the Israeli aggression well, and the Saudi Arabian foreign minister was the first to call me. That is coming from That. Let me pass the mic back to Simon.
So real quick, I look. There's a lot of different news carriers that are carrying that stark warning from Pakistan by the Iranian security official who claimed a legitimate Pakistani official on the other side said that Pakistan would absolutely nuke Israel if Tehran were nuked. And there's multiple different sites, including Pakistani ones, that have stated this. So whether it's an offhand remark or not, it was stated. Now, would they actually do it or change their mind? Yeah, anything's possible. But to just claim no, it wasn't stated is just simply false.
Okay, I brought up
Yeah,
if the
this is the problem. Like, I don't know what to say, but this is why I've always stayed away from Pakistani politics, because you get this kind of like, let's put it this way, there's lack of understanding of very basics.
okay, I brought up
Yeah.
Iftikhar Ahmed. He blocks me for some reason, so I'm not sure what that's all about. But Iftikhar, what was it you wanted to share? All right, okay. Looks like it's glitching. He
Right, let's move on, Simon. There's no point just doing more drama, bringing Pakistanis up. We're just going to give a headache.
is that
We're
what
going
it
to go
is?
through. It's just a Pakistani thing, bro. So not all are like that, but this is what happens. Let me go to Iranian foreign minister says 73 women and children just killed in 3 recent airstrikes targeting the capital of Tehran. That's happening right now. What else have we got? Oh yeah, I mentioned that one. Let me just put the tweet in the nest. But yeah, that is the 73. What was it again? 73 women and children were just killed in 3 recent airstrikes targeting the capital of Iran. So that's again the claim that they're targeting civilian. I mean, sorry, they're targeting military person, but then they only end up hitting civilians. So it's like crazy. Right. Let me pass the mic back to Simon.
Okay, was that some breaking news? No. Kalisa, you got anything you want to share?
No, I was away for a little while, but I just caught the last few minutes, and it seemed like there were more fireworks going off on this base than there have been between Israel and Iran. Proper entertaining that was. I'm not gonna lie. Chicks be crazy.
Yeah. Just trying to figure out. So, I mean, for whatever reason, whenever the word Pakistan is mentioned, everything suddenly becomes like completely different to the topic. But yeah.
Shout out to Pakistan. And my
Listen, Simon,
Pakistanis.
be grateful. I've got like 98% of the Pakistani community on X blocked. Otherwise, this space would be flooded, literally.
Yeah, and you're banned in India as well. So
A great person to be a co-host with. The Sangis can't come after
I
me.
have
The
a-
Pakistanis can't come on the spaces.
I don't know if you guys seen the pretty disgusting video about the Israeli forces raiding the cells of the Palestinian captives after expressing joy of rocket fire on Israel. In fact, there's been a lot of reports that they're punishing any kind of celebration of the rocket attacks, and we've got videos posted on the Slavingrad. I'll try to share that. I don't know if you guys seen that. It's pretty
Solly, if you
pretty
scroll
terrible.
back, you'll find it. I sent it to you probably half an hour ago, maybe even longer than that.
okay, if anyone hasn't got breaking news or they'd like to talk, please raise your hand. If you haven't got your hand raised or you're not part of the breaking news team, then we might take you down in order to bring up some
Simon,
other people.
was there any mention? Maybe you guys mentioned. I've been looking at stuff, so I've been paying attention all the time. But apparently, there's a 3-story facility discovered underground that contained all kinds of drones and explosives. This was discovered by Iranian security forces. It's probably a Mossad shop, like a sleeper cell. It's believed there are additional of
Yeah,
these manufacturing workshops as well.
I posted a
So it's one
video of
among
that.
many they discovered.
I posted a video of
Yeah,
that in the comments. I got the
nice.
video of that.
Yeah, no, it looks pretty extensive. No, like these Mossad cells are for real, and they can play the role. A lot of them even learn the language. They're trained at a young age, and they can infiltrate, especially when during time of war, when Iran's busy absorbing all these refugees. They cross in either from Afghanistan, from Iraq, And there's many borders. Azerbaijan as well. There's have so many borders to choose from, so it's not surprising they've set up these discrete locations to be able to carry out these little operations they do, and then claim it's the Air Force to give them credit. So it's funny how they operate and they get caught. They've been caught a lot recently.
Yeah, another dynamic we haven't really seen anything from, but it will be interesting to see if it turns into anything, is that there is actually obviously a Palestinian population within Israel. And so while we've been focusing all of our energy on whether there could be, some kind of uprising or colored revolution within Iran, while they've been desperately trying to make that happen, we haven't really thought or seen much around what the Palestinians that live within Israel, the apartheid state, whether anything comes of that. But obviously, they've been used to aggression and living in conditions that make it very challenging, and the consequences are severe. For Did you have any thoughts about whether that might turn into anything, Truth?
Sorry, I was looking at something. I caught half of what you said.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts whether the Palestinians that live within
The
Israel.
Palestinian populations. Yeah, I mean, I've been waiting. I talked to a couple of Palestinians, so hint, you guys think now might be the time to take your country back, maybe in the near future, or perhaps maybe if you get a second offer on getting some weapons from Iran, maybe maybe get
Israel,
a head start
sorry,
on a ground invasion.
Israel home front warnings incoming. Warning everybody stay in your
Yeah,
shelters right
Tel
now.
Aviv sirens are on.
Yeah, the warnings are. I don't know if you guys see the sirens going off right now. Missiles incoming right now.
Where are they headed towards?
Tel Aviv. But I mean, they may be going to other cities as well. But Tel Aviv sirens are on. They're anticipating a strike there. But yeah, it's interesting times. I mean, you've got the because
I'm
don't
sorry. I'm
forget.
sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. They were the. I believe these are those ballistic ones that were launched a couple hours ago, but they are all coming down right now.
Al Jazeera is reporting that at least one of them has been impacted and 15 injured, is what Al Jazeera is reporting right now.
Yeah, so I mean, each occupied territory has its own challenges. The Palestinian resistance forces in Gaza may have a shot at something more now, given that some of the Israeli forces is about to redeploy elsewhere to help with the terrorist forces currently taking on Iran. And then in the West Bank, unfortunately, they're pretty fortified and they're disarmed essentially. Plus, you've got the PA that works for Israel, occupied Jerusalem, same thing. And then there's the 2 million within. I mean, yeah, that's an interesting question to ask, right? How are they going to respond? Whose side are they on?
Yeah, and it becomes pretty interesting because many of them, well, not many of them, a very small group of them have kind of been on the space scene. And there's been a bit of internal politics around Palestinians that live within Israel and what their position is. I think it would be quite interesting to see if anything uprises from within Israel, or whether those Palestinians more consider themselves Israeli or Palestinian. I think it's going to be an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, I think for the time being, the Palestinian resistance forces in
No,
Gaza are the ones that may step up.
no. There's a breaking
Go
news.
ahead.
There's notice from ballistic missile launches that just been launched from Yemen.
Ballistic missiles launched from Yemen. What's the thoughts on that? Is so that you're saying that the Houthis are firing?
Right. I'm going through a whole lot of sources. I can't remember. I'm going through like 10 right now, really rapidly. A lot of stuff is happening right now. Sorry, I couldn't get you the source on that.
No worries. So there's no credible source on that for now, but we'll start investigating that one. While we're looking up for those different sources, everybody is behind the scenes researching. Please do make sure that more people get access to real information that we're sharing on these spaces. We can't guarantee that everything we're saying is correct, but we'll let you know when we think it's speculation. we'll do our best to frame it as accurately as possible. But what we're trying not to do is we're trying to provide, the right type of information, not from the perspective of what the media wants you to know.
I can't verify this, but it's pretty resourceful. They say that we've got a massive cyber attack has been launched against Israeli infrastructure, targeting multiple sectors, simultaneously causing widespread disruptions. That's from my same source that said there was a ballistic launch from Yemen, and they've been pretty much 100% spot on with everything else.
Sorry, cyber attacks within Iran or Israel?
Cyber
This
attacks on Israel, and it's causing widespread disruptions. According, so I guess they were successful.
appreciate that. All right, I'm getting quite a lot of messages from people who got annoyed with that girl. It's fine. She was just given her position. She annoyed me a bit as well, but it is what it is. But anyway, they're sending me a lot of stuff people have. So the first thing is Al Jazeera reported that the Pakistani defense minister said, "We support Iran with all our strength. And if the Islamic world does not cooperate, then every country will ultimately become a target." I mean, I don't know what's more aggressive than that. Literally saying if other Muslim countries do not cooperate, they're going to become a target. This is according to Al Jazeera. Also from dawn.com, which is dawn.com/news, they said Iran border crossing in Balochistan closed indefinitely. The ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel has started affecting Balochistan, with the provincial government issuing orders on Sunday to close all borders and crossing points with Iran in Turbat, Panjgur, and Gwadar after an indefinite period.
Sorry.
We
Israel
also have
Israel media has said that Yemen is participating in this current round of attacks. So I guess it's been verified.
who's participating.
Ye,
Bro,
ye,
just
ye,
you jump in and
ye,
then someone
Yemen.
asks a question
I'm
for
sorry.
you, don't reply.
Sorry. Yemen has indeed launched ballistic missiles.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yemen. So it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yemen and
yeah.
Iran,
At
or
the
is
Yeah.
it just
same
Yeah.
Yemen?
time, there's a report of both
They're
launching.
participating together.
Oh, okay, cool. So keep us updated on that. So once we see the fireworks. Also, it's reported by Arab News, Pakistan closed pedestrian traffic at key Iran border crossing as Israeli strikes escalate. It's also reported by Geo TV. The Balochistan government on Sunday closed all border crossings with Iran. Also, Pakistan today, Pakistan closes borders. So I guess it's reported far and wide in Pakistani media as well. And in terms, so what's been demonstrated is the Pakistan defense minister said it's truth. Who was your source when you said that the other statement? Who said it? Anyway, Truth mentioned a Pakistani official who also said something a bit more aggressive. And then in terms of the nuclear attack, we've already said that it wasn't directly said by Pakistanis. It was said by Iran, sorry, not by Iran, an official within Iran. He said Pakistan told him. Now he could that's what's been reported. Now he could be wrong, he could be right. That's something that's a different story. But him saying it is an accurate reporting of what happened. Also, that's been covered. Also, some people are crying. I think her maybe one of her friends or whatever is crying that I don't like Pakistan.
Related to
So,
what?
bro,
Sorry.
one second. Let me finish my
Okay.
point.
Go ahead.
And then saying that I don't like Pakistan, which is ridiculous. I am of Pakistani origin. Obviously, it's like grandparents from Pakistan. I was literally the last person to interview ex Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan. So again, this is like ridiculous arguments, but I told you these people get too emotional. They don't understand logic. Right, what were you going to say, Auntie Anessa?
Sorry, a lot's happening right now. Get ready. A couple minutes, those missiles will be there from Yemen. But I didn't hear you touch on the fact that
We already have
Oh,
incoming.
is that
We already have
Nathan? What
incoming.
you sent? Is that right
Yeah.
now?
yeah, that's happening right now.
No, I mean
You've been bombed.
incoming.
Yep,
They already landed.
right now. But what you were
I
saying,
can't hear you.
what you left out of what you just said, there was a report that Pakistan government officials did offer to provide air support in Iran, and from what I understand, Iran declined the offer.
Yeah, but they'll say that their argument is that they need to hear an official statement from the Prime Minister of Pakistan before they believe it.
Yeah,
So
I think the wait, yeah, the wait on that. But get ready to I'm getting all kind. I got to go right now. There's so much coming in right now.
Well, Israel's launched 100. Sorry, Iran has launched 100 drones towards Israel since the start of the confrontation. Since blah blah blah. Just Nathan, the tweet that you sent me, the video that you sent me, what is that? Is that right now? On which? Where's it over?
There is no location at the moment.
They're hitting central and northern Israel, multiple sites. Hold on a second, it's coming in.
Okay, let me just look at a few of my own sources. 2 seconds. So, let me change the title.
Amazing, there's no red alerts. If you remember the last attack, there was no alerts when the last couple of missiles hit. So we don't see the red alerts happening right now, even though they're incoming right now.
The reason is there's claims that they're being hacked.
I speculate, but I think it is because of the successful hack that was announced earlier.
Yeah, they mainly use those for pedophile alerts, anyways.
Sorry, Jordan's being hacked as well.
Jordan's had a cyber attack.
Yeah, the government website's being hacked, and as well as the missile alert systems are being hacked as well.
Interesting. So obviously Jordan has been cooperating with Israel, so that's what the cyber attack would be interpreted as. Is that from a good source, Nathan?
Yeah.
So we're starting to get signals that there's a wave of cyber attacks in order to.
So there is alert. I'm just seeing them now. Grab it. They have like 10 minutes. There was a 10-minute alert about 5 minutes ago. We just missed it because we were too busy talking about Pakistan. But there is alerts.
I got report now
it's-
that the missiles are headed towards occupied territories.
As in the settlements in the West Bank.
Right, and that was from Iranian media.
Okay, and interestingly, at the same time, there's a cyber attack in Jordan, which may prevent some of the defense for that.
So just real quickly, Channel 13 correspondent Ohala, sorry. We are facing a massive rocket barrage, but there's no other footage coming out at the moment. And then there was another report that was stating that it appears that it's a heavy strike, but again, there's no footage yet.
I'm getting reports that suicide drones may also be participating in this.
Also,
So yeah, there are missiles coming from Yemen and Iran. So let's see what happens.
also, Iran's being hit as well. There's reports of attacks near Natanz. Okay, yeah. Sorry.
I have that disinformation Revo saying that it's false alert that no alarm should have been launched. It's the system that was been hacked, but I don't believe that because I'm getting so many other reports that there have been launches. But there's some I don't know that's disinfo or what.
There's another alert that's just come out. Apparently, they're saying quickly enter the shelters. Reports of 80 rockets incoming.
Apparently, Israel's reporting the hack itself now.
Yeah.
Against its system.
That actually, to be honest.
Just while you guys are looking up breaking news, sorry, Nathan, were you going to jump in?
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say that they're claiming that they're intercepting the missiles from Yemen. I think this is over the Israeli radio, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'll just have to double check to make sure. But they're saying they're intercepting them.
Okay, thanks. I couldn't hear clearly, but I think everybody else could. So what I was going to say is, Maze.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I confirmed that number 80 missiles the total count?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome back. Good to have you
Thank
back.
you.
Bring a bit of balance to the testosterone on the panel. Maze, that thing you asked me, right? Basically, I don't know what you looked up, but what I saw was that Israel has asked for an international coalition to help them fight against Iran. Both out. France has said they'll go in. The UK said, yeah, we've got to have Israel's back. We'll go in. So Iran, in response to that, has said, okay, then we're going to actually ask other armies. They've not. You can call it an international coalition or whatever you want, but basically, it's asking for military support. From Pakistan and Turkey. So the way that's being framed is Islamic army. Do you know what I'm trying to say, Mace? I don't know what you found though, but do share, please.
Yeah, I mean, so okay, this is over a long span of time. There has been this built up narrative, especially like Islam is going to be the downfall of the West. Like I can literally take these key phrases and put them in the search, and you're going to see all the same influencers pushing it. And so I just can't help but to see the pattern. The idea that there's a coalition of countries coming together. This is definitely a play on public opinion. First of all, Turkey's a part of NATO. They'd be violating Article 5 or something. They're like they can't. There's not. There's the way that he's pitching this whole thing is extremely reckless, honestly, in my opinion. It's like, why are you pitching it like that? Like this guy makes a post. He literally, I mean,
Sorry,
yes, it's an
sorry.
important guy.
Breaking. That apparently there was only one ballistic missile from Yemen. It's been intercepted, and now we're seeing Israel air defense is active again. Not like the last time. We'll see what happens.
Thank you. But yeah, so the way that it's kind of like pitched is just along the lines of that narrative, as if there's these countries coming together and they want to form this military type of thing. But really, this guy who is an influential guy, he is part of the military, IRGC, I believe, and he makes this declaration. I think it's in a post, but there's been absolutely no word. I mean, would Pakistan be inclined, possibly, based on their recent posts and their strong support? But it's just not anywhere near a reality. It's just literally one post, and the rest is ideological and imaginary. And I mean, there's lots of. I did a query, being able to look in across all a deep search to see if there's anything across media, anything posted anywhere about this, and it's not even been acknowledged or recognized by Turkey or by Pakistan.
I think Pakistan have made a few statements, to be honest. Turkey I haven't seen much from Turkey, but the thing is, and I haven't seen anything much from Saudi either, but I think it was more of I don't know if it was a threat or if it was a troll or it was mocking them because they're asking for a coalition or what it was. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, like the comment that they made, it was that's why I said I'd be inclined to think that they, oh, I don't know if it was a troll or not. I didn't think that, but they have been showing, I guess today more than ever, lots of support and solidarity with Iran. I think the sentiment, but I don't know that it was in response to him. But I can check. I can check further.
Yeah, there's kind of a Western narrative and how that would be interpreted local. So like, kind of a union, like a Muslim union type thing. I mean, a lot of people wouldn't put much credence on it, I guess, in the local side, but it's quite a powerful statement if it was official. But in the West, obviously, that's a different type of narrative altogether. Because when you hear like Islamic unity, you hear like ISIS or something. So that's obviously been, used in order to create narratives that are scary in the West.
Yeah, no. So there's certain like ooh, there's definitely one girl. I'm not gonna say her name. That constantly says it's gonna be the downfall of the civilization. Like I literally just handed her ass back to her in a post, just the constantly pushing the downfall of the West is gonna be because of Muslims, It's like when you say something like that, but say you can't say anything about Jews, it is the most hypocritical. Not that I do, you know what I'm saying? It's just obviously there's this crazy level of hypocrisy, but when you put that in the search and you begin to see the same exact influencers, you guys should try it. I swear. Put it in the search, and when you begin seeing the same influencers, you gotta wonder like, is this a natural, organic pattern, or is there something to it? It's just quite interesting anyway.
Where it gets really interesting is when you find out what their solution is, and their solution tends to be begging you to give your data over to Palantir to create a surveillance state.
Y'all should have seen me. I just went in. I was literally like, my voice is almost gone from having a debate that turned out to be pretty extensive on Palantir. But yeah, I crushed it though.
Okay, so apparently there's like 80, there's reports that there was one missile from Yemen headed over to Tel Aviv. Apparently there's 80 missiles coming from Iran. I'm
The
getting,
the missile from Yemen, that one missile has been intercepted, and there was 80.
okay, so the Houthis
They're
missile
actually
didn't get
claim
through.
the claim is actually is that Saudi is actually the ones who intercepted it from a U.S. base.
So there's a US base within Saudi Arabia that intercepted the missile that came from the
Oh,
Houthis
sorry.
in
Let,
Yemen.
let me rephrase that. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
that
U.S.
was a
bases,
U.S. You
U.S.
yeah.
bases
Go out.
in.
Sure. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Did you not hear me? Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Go for it.
1 minute. Let me. I think.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it, Nathan. Can you hear
Right.
us?
So what I said was it's U.S. bases in Saudi Arabia.
Got it. Thank you. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, there are US bases in strategic regions across the whole Middle East, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Interestingly, Qatar, which has a Western base, it also is the one that has been funding Hamas as well. And there's all sorts of accusations around like West and whether that's true or whether that's not true. That tends to come up quite a lot. Mace, so did you say you went off to some other type of space and you got into a deep debate? Is there anything that's happening in other spaces that we can report back, or not really?
Just before Maze jumps in, Sully, are you here?
Yeah.
I just sent you something, but you might have to try to check to see that what time it is, because I'm not 100% sure of the time.
Cool. I will. Just give me 2 seconds. Just tweeting this without.
I'm not sure if anybody heard, but I just saw a friend of mine posting on Facebook, a very credible friend, that there was a Israeli missile that hit Tajrish, which is in north of Tehran, affluent neighborhood, and it has really devastated that area. I don't know if anybody else amongst the Iranians on this platform has heard it. And it went so deep, like 30 feet, penetrated the ground and damaged some of the water pipelines, etc. And it also penetrated the metro, underground metro in that area of Tajrish. And there are many dead in that area. And the reason he posted that is because the bomb hit close to his mom's house in Tajrish. So definitely not a good
Yeah,
news.
so we did have that. That was the one that we showed the picture of the flooding several hours ago, and it was also in the square there, and by the station. Yes.
Is there anything strategic about that? So you're saying that's a civilian casualty and it's connected to infrastructure, both water and train infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yes, aside from the casualty.
So in Iran,
There's
do you have
current
like
reports
an
right now.
underground metro?
There's current reports right now that there's heavy targeting by the IDF right now of surface to air missile sites in Iran happening right now in several channels.
Within Iran, could you share a bit about the train infrastructure? Is it like an underground metro or is it like an overground train? What types of things?
Underground metro, and it's a beautiful system. Underground.
Guys, there's a tweet in the nest. Breaking air defenses successfully intercept a Yemeni missile. The interception operation was carried out by American military bases in Saudi Arabia. They were just speaking about this. And the source for that is Yedioth Aronoth. Please share it. Please retweet it. Ada Adams has put a little gift there. I like that, Ada. I'm just going through the comments as well. So please share it, guys. Please retweet it. That's great. Thank you very much.
So this idea that someone shared earlier that Iran has basically proposed an alliance, a military alliance between Iran, Saudis, I guess, yeah, IAU, and some other country in that region. How likely is it? I believe that the Saudis are very much entrenched with the U.S., their investments, and their alliance, etc. I mean, was that a wishful thinking on the side of the Iranian government?
The source isn't that great for now. That was debated earlier, so we're not putting too much emphasis on it right now. But we're still trying to find out if anything else can corroborate it. So I don't push too much weight on it right now. We're welcoming Myron to the stage. Myron, what's been happening in your side of the internet?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, no, I just woke up not too long ago, and I'm streaming right now. But I was up this morning, kind of covering what was going on. The last thing I remember before I went to sleep was I saw, many of you guys I'm sure are familiar with Yosef Haddad, who's like one of the main Zionist propaganda people there, short Arab guy. He was complaining about how Tel Aviv has been hit and how it, starting to look like Gaza and all this other stuff, and saying like, "Oh, these Iranian regime is targeting us. We're Arabs," and blah blah. But again, I think it's important for people to realize because they're trying to spin this narrative now and say like Iran is hitting civilian areas. The thing is that the Israeli government has put like Israeli infrastructure in civilian areas. So the very thing that they used to criticize Hamas for doing, they do as well. So that's why a lot of these civilian areas have been hit is because they have Iron Dome missiles there. They have the government buildings there, whether it be the Mossad, the Defense Ministry, all this stuff. It's in Tel Aviv, so right in the middle of civilian areas. So of course they're they're going to get hit. But I would say at least with the Israelis, they have bomb shelters. They have the alarms that go off whenever missiles are coming in. So anyone that was killed, a lot of the times they weren't in a shelter. But if they're able to make it to a shelter, they're pretty much guaranteed they're going to be fine. And that's how Israel is nowadays, where it's like every building, damn near, unless it's very old, has a shelter in its schematic floor plan. So we'll see what happens as of the most recent. But I know I was in another space earlier, and they said that the alarms are going off. So Israel might be getting hit again soon, because from what I understand, Iran typically hits Israel or Tel Aviv at nighttime, right, to avoid showing where the missiles are coming
They
from.
struck daytime today, just as a surprise attack.
Oh, they did hit in the daytime too.
They hit Haifa. Yep.
Oh yes, I heard about that earlier too. Yeah, they did hit Haifa. They hit it with a hypersonic missile, right?
A bunch of ballistic missiles, the port especially. Yeah, multiple times.
Yeah.
Hi, Myron. Hope you're doing good.
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Just a quick one, just to update quickly,
Yeah.
Myron. Sorry, then I'll give it straight back to you.
Yeah,
Is it doesn't seem like there's actually, I don't know if someone mentioned this in the last few minutes, but basically it doesn't seem like there's an actual attack right now. It seems like the hack gave the impression that there was an attack. So a hacker group close to Iran announced that it carried out a large-scale cyber attack against the Israeli siren attacks. a Maariv report that Israel air defense systems had been hacked. And basically, that hack has likely gave the indication or thought that there was an attack, but apparently there wasn't. Furthermore, the other piece of news is that the Iranian military will participate in the bombing of Israel for the first time tonight, because before this, only the IRGC were involved. So that's the other piece of news. Sorry, Mario, do jump in.
I'll say that
Yeah,
again.
hey, related to that news that you just released, I heard the same thing, but I also just got a report saying that the reason why it's so long for these this last barrage to get is because they were launched from eastern Iran for the first time. So I don't know if that's true, because I've also heard that it was a hack and there wasn't really a launch. But at the same time, the latest I heard, I'm hearing conflicting news. I don't know if you heard that too.
Yeah, I heard that there was launches first, and one from Yemen. I know the Yemen one got stopped, but it does seem like, just from weighing up all the information, that there isn't an attack. Obviously, if there is, we'll give you the reports. But at the moment, it seems like it was a hack and a false alarm. But we'll see. Marin, sorry, jump in.
Also, real quickly, right? There's another bit of context to this as well. So, according to Israeli Channel 12, they're saying that the Israeli army is currently carrying out a preemptive strike on missile launch platforms in Iran. Whether it's true or not, we don't know. Whether they're going to be successful, we don't know. But again, I
Yes,
said
there
this
a
yesterday. I
lot
think it was.
a lot of
Just real
news
quick.
about that surfaced errors. Yes.
One sec, please. So the other thing is, I think there's going to be again a lot of misinformation put out there purposely, because again, it's the fog of war, and misinformation does work when you know, fighting in these type of battles. So some of the things, even if it's official, they might just be you know, trying to play mind games with the Israelis as well, because the Israelis do the same thing.
Okay. Sully, you said that that the other component of the Iranian armed forces is getting involved. What was that? I missed that last part that you said.
Yeah, previously all attacks against Israel were by the IRGC, and
Yes.
apparently today, for the first time, the Iranian army is going to be involved as well.
Would the IRGC be like the functional equivalent of like the United States Marines, or what would their like equivalent?
They're more
be?
like Navy SEALs. I mean, they're not Navy necessarily, but they're like the center guarding military power, and they're more than just military.
Interesting. Yeah, because I know they have an
Do you
intelligence service too, right? Obviously, within it.
Yep.
So within the
how would
IRGC,
that
like, there's
attack take
many
place?
within the IRGC, there's like many components. So, like, for example, the Quds Force is considered like the CIA. You have certain ones that are considered like the Joint Special Operations. So there's a different parts of it, but it's not considered like the official part of the Iranian army.
Right. But
Yeah.
they're like the high level intelligence, military, everything. So there's like two militaries in Iran.
Yeah, gotcha. So it's a kind of like all right, I see what you mean. It's not necessarily the
They're
army,
the
but
big
it's
guns. Think
also
of it that way.
gotcha.
Is
All
any
right.
part of the
Kind of low
Shmokan,
breaking,
uh,
kind of breaking news. U.S. announced that they're going to shut the embassies in Israel, and likewise, Israel announced that they're shutting down embassies in different parts of the world for safety reasons. That was just released.
I think Quds is a part of the Revolutionary Guard, a faction of the Revolutionary Guard in Iran, which is separate from the military, separate from the army.
So the two militaries working in unison is kind of an indication that this is creating more unity within Iran rather than division.
No,
They've
they've always been
always been,
united. They're on the same
yeah, they've
side.
always been united. Yes, that's correct truth.
They're
Yeah,
not
So, like,
reformists or
so just to,
labor.
to make it easy, like the IRGC, its main role is basically internal, external threats, and making sure there's no foreign interference, and basically protecting the republic. Whereas with the Iranian army, it's more about sovereignty and territorial integrity. So that's like basically the two things. But yeah, them working together, which they do anyway. But in this regard, like, it's meant to be a big thing that they're joining as well. So now it's going to be a full-on assault.
same thing. They did the
It's all
same
in mind.
thing during Iran-Iraq war.
That's when they were developed. Is
Yeah,
in the early 1980s.
absolutely.
So the IRGC is actually they consider themselves a separate entity, though they do answer to the supreme leader. They own their own businesses. They have their own oil fields. They have like corporations in their name. They have their own set of weapons. They have their own military industrial complex. and they only answer to one individual essentially. And so that's
Yeah,
it
I
is
was trying to kind
separate
of
from
give
the
an
army in
equivalent.
that sense.
I was trying to give an equivalent to my audience. I would say it seems
Maybe
to me
like Mossad,
like a
but more
CIA,
powerful.
like they're like a CIA, but also with a military wing almost. So they'd be like the Marines and the CIA equivalent if they were combined in the U.S. maybe. So to a
Except they
degree.
don't rely on drug dealing and human trafficking for money. They make their money through oil trades and legitimate business. So that's the difference.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You're
the CIA
laughing, but
is
it's
pretty
they're
sound.
but it's
It's
true.
true. It
they
is true.
are
CIA does
pretty
drugs.
brutal though. Like it's one of the most brutal forces
Yeah,
that you
they're
could
not
mess
there to
with,
be
You
messed
don't
whether
with.
mess
you're
with them.
external or internal, like whether it's like a civil uprising or external attacks on Iran. They can be pretty brutal.
So I know it's nighttime right now. So okay, so we know Haifa got hit earlier, a couple of places in northern Israel, and I was actually talking about this with a guy named Abu this morning, which we had some good discussion on this. What do you guys think the possible? And he brought up this question, and I'll pose it to the panel here. What do you guys think about the potential of Iran attacking northern Israel to soften it up, so that potentially Hezbollah can make an invasion? Do you guys think that's a possibility? Because Abu brought that up, and I was like, holy shit, that's actually a very, very that's there's a potential there because we know Hezbollah has been weakened from the fight that they had last year, but they've had several months. I know obviously Syria hasn't been able to assist them with replenishing resources, but you could make the argument that the attack on Haifa could be to soften up northern Israel because they are susceptible right now.
I'm gonna take the position that Hezbollah wasn't really weakened. They gave in to the ceasefire for the purpose of the government and because Israel's carrying out the Dahiyya doctrine and mass murdering civilians. Because Israel didn't really hit too many of their soldiers, even with that pager attack that affected mainly civilians, not really Hezbollah. And they have most of their weaponry intact too. They barely used any of it. It was only a 66-day ground invasion where Israel actually failed to even gain 1 kilometer of ground, and their objective was a minimum to push Hezbollah back 20 kilometers behind the Litani River. They failed, and it was
Yeah.
Israel that actually wanted the ceasefire because they were getting brutalized when they did their ground invasion, and so they called it quits. And what they then figured is, well, we need to slow down the weapons flow into Hezbollah, so let's now focus on
Hey,
Syria.
I,
And the
I have
Lotus
I have some break news. 4KC-46A Pegasus 4 aerial refueling aircraft just departed from Al Qaeda Air Base in Qatar with their transponders off.
transponders
Where
off.
are they
Okay.
headed? I mean, they're leaving Qatar. Where are they heading to?
Well, with their transponders off, there's not a lot of
There's no
places
way
they
to
can
know.
fly. They're probably, Sir Al Jawadi, the asshole, he announced today that everybody's welcome to use his airspace. Could be Jordan, could be, uh, not a lot. Jordan, Syria. My guess is they'd be going towards Syria, or possibly Iraq.
But yeah, so then the focus shifted to trying to limit or mitigate weapons flow from Syria, and that's when they allowed for they carried out their strategic invasion of Syria for HTS and then take over, and then Israel expanded its territory up to Mount Hermon, which is a strategic military point where they could monitor weapons flow, from Syria into, of course, Lebanon. Though a lot of the weapons go through tunnels anyway, but Israel hasn't been able to figure that part out. So they thought. So now they think they may have a better shot at Hezbollah. And the other thing with Hezbollah is they are a part of the government. Is they wanted to show the world and also try to form a united front with the Lebanese government because they're divided. The Lebanese government's proven it can't defend the country at all. So Hezbollah, when it's prepared, when it wants to, it'll take back control whenever it wants. It's the most lethal force that's there. They haven't weakened at all. That's just a. I'm not saying anything towards you, Myron, but that's a Zionist talking point to say, yeah, they've been weakened. That's why they quit. No, it was Israel that actually quit and begged for a ceasefire, which they breached like over 3,000 times, by the way, because they never adhere to any ceasefires. But yeah, I mean, they can be reactivated at any point, and it is possible they might join in the fight sooner than later.
Yeah, no, I never believed, because I remember me and Suleiman did an episode on this, how, they were claiming they're going to make it all the way to Beirut.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. Iranian media has just acknowledged that rocket launch that we were talking about earlier, and they said that there's actually 70 missiles being launched that have been launched.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll see about that. Go ahead, Ismail.
Yeah, we were talking about this, I think, last year. How Israel was talking tough, saying they're going to make it to Beirut, they're going to get to the Litani River, and they failed. What I will say, I think the only thing really that went down was the pager attack. Obviously, it was very sophisticated, might have caused a little bit of disorganization and everything else like that. But yeah, I mean, on the ground, Israel is not as successful as they put out to the mainstream media because they're just not a ground military. They've lost, a few times to Hezbollah. This isn't the first time they've, had to run with their tail between their legs from Lebanon, right? In 2006, they also failed in a ground assault. So, yeah, I mean, I think it was just enough where it was like, all right, let's get the ceasefire. And I also think that ceasefire was a strategic move to allow the Syrian rebels to launch their attack because within 24 hours after the ceasefire, and I'll never forget this, al-Shara and his whole squad went in and took over Aleppo. So I think it was all kind of a move to begin the process of destabilizing Israel and get Assad out of there. So, but again, there were so many different things. What's going on in the Middle East right now is very complex, and so many different things are going on at the same time. I know also Netanyahu was spotted out in Tel Aviv earlier today, assessing the damage. And I will say that I think the damages that's going on in Israel has been damn near unbearable for these people because people got to remember that Tel Aviv has never been hit hard before like this ever. Like they've never been attacked like this. So for them to wake up and see that their buildings are starting to look like Gaza is a wake up call for them.
For sure. And just guys, two things. One thing is I got a tweet in the nest. Remember that tweet about the F-35s where we were trolling the Zio? It's gone viral on TikTok now as well. People are taking the mick out of Zio, so I thought they are high IQ. Also, British aircrafts were spotted carrying out several intercepts of Iranian launchers over Iraqi airspace, then returned to their base in Cyprus. Marin, we had a report earlier today that the US is sending another aircraft carrier into the Middle East to join the other one they've got and the British one, which is the HMS Prince of Charles. What does that indicate about the possible US and UK involvement?
I think that's clearly because the air defense that Israel relies upon is starting to, probably get impacted here. Because the thing is, they so these interceptor missiles are super expensive that Israel's using, and they won't be able to keep shooting down Iranian rockets forever. And the thing with the Iranians is they've kind of mastered, drone warfare and being able to get these things for pretty cheap. So they're shooting all these drones, and for every drone that gets blown up, that's only like $20,000. The Israelis got to spend like $100,000 to shoot down that drone. So at some point, they're not going to be able to continue shooting down these missiles. And I think a big part of moving these aircraft carriers is to assist with the air defense. And I'm sure there's other logistical reasons as well, maybe deterrence, etc. But I think the big reason is assisting Israel with the air defense because to intercept missiles is significantly more expensive than shooting them. And it's just a matter of time until they run out of interceptors. They don't have enough to last forever. That's why this
those THAAD missiles cost $11 million a piece.
Yeah, and the battery's $1 billion. So they got
Can
the
you hear
arrow,
me?
they got the sling, but that doesn't even address the
Hello?
hypersonic
Can you hear
systems.
me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
we
the
hear
phone
you.
crashed and then sorry. Go continue, Marin. Go about it.
No, you're good. So I think this is kind of a system with the air defense because it's such a costly and expensive process, and they can't do it forever. And this is why also this conflict can't last long because both parties are, on the Iranian side, they're relying heavily on their ballistic missile program, and then on the Israeli side, they're relying heavily on their air force. And both parties won't be able to continue the sustained type of missile warfare forever. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. I don't think Israel can take much more damage in Tel Aviv, and obviously the Iranians have a finite amount of missiles that they want to use. So we'll see. We'll
No,
see
they
what goes
don't.
down.
So that here the difference is that Iran makes its own missiles and drones, and they're if they go into full production mode, during wartime mode, the way Russia's done, they can keep this going. Because like I said before, in modern warfare, if you're primarily just using missiles, drones with spy satellites and a good air defense system, and not relying on your air force and personnel, it's far less costly, and you can carry on a war of attrition for over a year if you want, as Russia's done for well over 3 years now. And then they've only grown stronger during that time. Iran can then use all of its factories that it has because they actually have a manufacturing base to optimize productions of missiles and drones and stop exporting and just focus on the war effort.
Just
So
some more
they
breaking news,
export
Truth.
missiles and drones to 20 countries.
more breaking news, and then I'll give it right back to you. Israeli media is reporting today in Haifa people were killed due to a technical glitch that caused the bomb shelter alarms to not sound. Now, due to another technical glitch, the entire nation of Israel is standing at the bomb shelter doors. Can anyone tell us what's happening? So a bit of disarray in in the Israel. The bomb shelter alarms are not working. This must be part of the cyber attack because there's just been a major cyber attack, Myron. And it seems like that might be why they couldn't, that they're not able to get into the bomb shelter. But sorry, yeah, do continue, Truth.
One more part as well is that the higher the price of oil, the more beneficial it is to both Russia and Iran, so they can create a bit of an attack vector there as well.
Yeah, and they
And
control the flow through Suez and Hormuz.
related to that, what you just said about the breaking news, they also advised, due to the fact that there was that technical error, that now they're not going to be telling people to go home and go to your shelters. Now they're just telling everybody to sleep in the shelters
Oh, by the way,
like rats.
I don't know if you saw Laura Loomer's last post. She's saying she wants to take out Khomeini. I'm not sure if that's a death threat or a sexual advance. I'll leave it for the audience to decide. So it is Pride Month. She is an LGBTQ kind of gal. So maybe she's testing out the waters because no one's interested in America.
She's trying to smash him.
Khamenei has a right to defend himself.
Yeah, they got what's it called? Yeah, but a lot of Israelis are a lot of them are shooting videos of themselves in the shelters, complaining and stuff. And in my head, I'm kind of like, well, imagine dealing with this for multiple years, like the Palestinians have. At least you guys have bomb shelters. The Palestinians in Gaza had no bomb shelters, no food, etc. And the Israelis are losing their mind over 48 hours of inconvenience. Meanwhile, they've had to endure damn near 2 years of hell with no bomb shelter, no food, no water. So again, right? I'm not a guy that advocates for violence or whatever, but I do think it's important that people understand that, like, dude, the chickens have come to roost. This has been decades of Israeli imperialism, destabilizing Middle Eastern countries, attacking all their neighbors, killing innocent people, especially in the Gaza Strip. And the missiles raining down on Tel Aviv right now is literally due to very poor diplomacy by Israel, where they think they can do whatever they want because the United States is going to back them. And I certainly hope that we don't get involved from a offensive perspective. I know that we're going to help them out from a defensive perspective, but
Hey, we have. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. There's been a lot of talk in the last 10 minutes. I didn't quote every source, but that there was preemptive attacks on previous ballistic missile launch sites. In fact, that was flooding everywhere. We just got an announcement from Israeli media saying, I'm sorry, from Iranian media said, don't believe everything that you said about thwarting rocket launches. It's our part of psychological warfare and improving their image in front of their internal community. But I don't know if that's true. But aside from taking out the service to air, there's been a lot of action in Iran right now. Go ahead. I'm so
NSA,
sorry to interrupt you.
if you can do me a favor, unless it's like major breaking news, don't just jump in. Just like wait till there's about 5 or 6 pieces and put your hand up, and we'll come to you. If it's something major, then do
Sure.
jump in.
Sure.
It's just that I just
Okay.
like even myself, like I've got like 6, 7 pieces of news. I'm not gonna like stop and interrupt every one of them.
Gotcha. No.
It just
Yeah.
but if it's major, like oh my god, the missile's about to hit, then it's like bro, jump in, tell us the missile's about to hit.
Sure.
So it just
Sure.
depends,
Sure.
mate. But appreciate all the information
Sure.
you've given us. Thank you so much. Sorry, Marion, do
Hey,
continue.
no problem. Sorry about that.
Contact Sony. Take your messages.
Is
I
it
just sent you
is
something.
is a car truck chase with the truck carrying drones down the highway in Tehran important enough?
I just thought that I was just posting it. So it was like I was like, let me post it first and then tell everyone about it. But yeah,
It's
it's good to do that.
exactly okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, Marion, do continue.
Great minds, man.
Wait, my mind's not the same as a chick, but I get you. You're doing well.
Okay, so there's great footage.
It's actually a bike next to the van. You said car. I mean, it may be a car behind the bike, but did you see when he was actually trying to shoot the tires?
Yeah, I have the footage up. I don't know, so they wonder if you have the same thing. Yeah, it's this video of this like motorcycle driver chasing this little mini truck that's supposed to be a Mossad, whatever, carrying drones going down Shahid Bakari highway in Tehran. But they did get the driver and arrest him. So they they got him.
I think it's worth considering that point that Myron and Truth were just debating back and forth in terms of the.
Just
Sorry.
one thing on this. Sorry, man, Simon. Before we move on to the other point, is that in terms of the bike ride, what was I gonna say? Was it is a thing that there is a
It looks
lot
like a
of Israeli.
movie.
It does, yeah. There is a lot of Israeli infiltration into Iran. Now, obviously, what's the reason for that? That's something we'll discuss in a second. But yeah, there is a lot of Israeli infiltration.
Okay, can I say something fun? I'm so sorry, but I don't know if you guys are interested. This is not breaking news, but there was someone who made a very cool video with music of these missiles coming down, like raining down from the Iranian missiles coming through the dome, and it's really cool if you're interested. So, Iman, I can send it to you.
That's the video that the doc's on about. That's in the nest. So yeah, do check that out.
The one with the music?
The one with the bike.
No, I'm talking about there's another one with music that made it like an art form. These missiles coming down is very cool.
Ah, right, cool.
Do you want it?
Is it? Yeah. Send me. I think it might be someone sent that to me as well. He made it himself, right? Is
That's
that the
right.
one?
Yep.
Yeah. He actually sent it to me. I was meant to post
All right,
it,
I'll
but
send it to you
then
right now.
I forgot. I forgot to post it, to be honest. But yeah, that was good.
It's
That
really
was
cool.
actually we brought him up earlier on, but he didn't speak. The kid who made it. So Simon, yeah, sorry, you were gonna say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, playing through the game theory is a very similar situation with the Russia-Ukraine side. The longer this goes on for, just because both Russia and Iran, they have their own manufacturing base, is kind of what makes the economics so different. The longer this goes on for Israel, the more vassalized it gets because it requires outside funding, and and it requires more and more financial support. More and more financial support comes with terms and conditions. Those terms and conditions make it more difficult for you to continue your independence. Whereas Iran and Russia, they have the opposite. So while obviously being in a war is a costly exercise, but the economic position of Israel, even though Iran has already been sanctioned, just due to the difference in having a manufacturing base and not having a privatized military industrial complex. When you have a privatized military industrial complex, you lose more and more of your power in a war to the private corporation. But when you have your own national one, you end up just using it more sovereign, more efficient, and it doesn't end up making you deeper into vassalization. So Iran has the advantage if this ends up being longer, and that will be known. So I do expect this to be. I mean, I'm thinking this will be a faster one because they do know, everyone will know that, and I think Iran can kind of take their time with this one, and they're so used to just being, insulated, and then they can also control to a certain degree through certain tools. They can control whether oil has a spike, and then that obviously impacts the economic situation within China. So China's in the trade war. China has vast oil and gas reserves. However, China knows that to keep the BRICS alliance going, if Iran needs that additional financial support, then they can try and pay slightly more for the oil as well, which will strengthen the ties between China, Russia, and Iran. And so the further this goes on, the stronger that alliance gets.
Jump in, anti-NSA.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why there's no big deal or related to what you said. Nobody's speaking about the train route that was completed and the timing of its completion between China and Iran. And what's it take? I forget how many days it takes to get delivery, but this is huge. This is like a successful portion of the Belt and Road Initiative with a direct train route from China to Iran. So, and nobody's also talking about the large, you hear that coinciding with that route being open and being successful, and being in use, you hear that they did receive a lot of missile materials from China. That was we don't know anything else about what was delivered on that route, but there was breaking story. There was news stories all over about Iran receiving missile building materials from China, and this colossal train route has been successfully opened before China, and all that happened right before this, right before coinciding right before we got the 200 gigabytes of data or so from Israel's nuclear program, and then this. So I think there's a lot to be said about how close and how important Iran is. You know, China. Last I looked, I used to edit reports for energy in China, and there's a time when they needed to import 83% of their oil. I know that they have a lot of new developments and they've located a lot of new resources, but from what I understand, Iran was 50% of that oil reserve of that import, and despite what's going on between Russia and China coexisting, you have to understand that I think that China's much happier to get oil from Iran versus Russia. Russia is a friend enemy kind of relationship. China doesn't forget what's happened between Russia and China. But I just don't. Of all this happening, no, I haven't heard anybody on the panel mention the railroad route and how significant that was, and
Can
the
I ask you to
relationship
repeat
between
where
China is
it's
great.
at? Where did you say the railroad route was from Iran to
No, yeah,
China?
from China to Iran directly. A direct train route was completed. Um, I will look up the details about that. But yeah, and that just opened and was completed, like within a couple weeks before. From what that I know, it was completed a couple weeks before the story broke about the getting. First, the story came that they received a shipment from missile building material, and then the story happened about them receiving secret information about Israel's nuclear.
Yeah. So
But
remember,
I'll
here's the
post a
key.
link to that in the comments.
Yeah, here's the key geopolitical
Yes,
part.
please do.
This is the importance of BRICS and the GCC. So obviously, Iran is a key strategic partner, but China also it receives oil and gas imports from Qatar and Saudi. And so this is the strategic weakening of the petrodollar relationship because America creates all of its own oil. It's not really an importer anymore. And so the relationship between, US and Saudi Qatar, is kind of around defense and various other things. But because China has these relationships, they have the potential to, really decide who they get their oil and gas from. They're able.
Okay, can I found some information I share with you. Um, it was $400 billion agreement between China and Iran in 2020. It takes 15 days to go on the railroad. There's a lot of stories. I'll share a link with you, but this was a huge thing. Huge.
Yeah, and this is kind of the key difference with the Belt and Road Initiative versus IMF. IMF is about destroying control, when you're dealing with this infrastructure. But the Belt and Road has been about building so that they can purchase more goods from China, where we don't control how you govern. And so this is kind of like the key thing that's coming to fruition there. And that's what's kind of holding this together. It's that BRICS, GCC, and Iran and the Palestinian cause holding the final key to a lot of prosperity. And that's why they've got so many cards right now. And, and they just quite simply, the opportunity for all of them is so much greater than ending up in World War III, US joining the war. And those that are the real decision makers in America, they're invested in that future. They're not invested in America being a global hegemon. They're invested in that multipolar world order.
has anybody mentioned the news about Trump not agreeing with the assassination of Khamenei? There is actually Fox News reporting on that. Breitbart also reporting on that. If I can read it. Yeah, Fox News breaking. A U.S. official informs Fox that President Trump blocked an Israeli plan to assassinate Iran's supreme leader. And then there is Trump rejected, also Breitbart, Trump rejected Israeli plan to assassinate Iran leader Khamenei, Trump saying, in question marks, have Iranians killed an American? No. That, and then another breaking news, I don't know, has anybody announced it or not? Musk has just either started activating the, whatchamacallit, what is his SpaceX, what is that? The satellite, whatever, for internet access. Let me see.
Starlink.
Starlink, yeah, breaking news.
Yeah, these are not breaking news. They're all to be honest. If I'm being honest, I don't want to be rude, but yeah, they're all old to be honest. And the other thing is, Netanyahu has actually come out and said that Trump, the thing about Trump denying it is not true. So it's just a lot of back and forth psychological games. People are
Whatever, it
lying,
is
making up
news,
shit.
so I'm just saying.
Yeah, but it's a bit old.
I hope this breaking news is important enough. There was a lot of reports earlier about the earthquake information being false in the south, but now Israel just released a report saying that the reason why there was an earthquake was because it was a hit on the nuclear facility, which Iran is denying right now. But that's the first I heard that Israel media reported that was a successful strike on their nuclear facility.
Mm-hmm. How about the allegation by Iran that they targeted Israeli power station and Prime Minister Netanyahu's home?
Yeah, that's old as well. That's like 3 or 4 hours ago, maybe.
Okay, so I just was wondering if anybody, I didn't hear it on this platform, so I just want to make sure that.
They did that. They targeted that really big yesterday on that strike on Haifa yesterday.
Okay, so it included Netanyahu's house. I didn't know that. Okay.
I don't know about the house, but for sure about the energy infrastructure there.
Did there end up being any footage of Netanyahu's house? It was just a target. It didn't actually go through, right?
Let's hope for the GoPro footage of him hitting his head top soon.
You saw some GoPro footage. I think what we're expecting next, and this is speculation, is that as we go deeper into the night, that there's going to be attacks on the illegal settlements within the West Bank. That's what I think is maybe what comes next, but there's been hints at that, so we're trying to just put pieces together, and that would be actually a very, very clean way of getting rid of the settlers and all the land that they've been acquiring, so that when it's actually like probably the perfect solution for how to resolve what's happening within the West Bank, and also would just be the most symbolic and beautiful thing to see the terrorists that have stolen the land within the West Bank, that have been state-sponsored terrorists, and traumatized the local Palestinians, and just thinking that it's okay for them to be able to watch that, their settlements end up like Gaza, I think is an important thing for the world to see.
Just real quickly, a bit of unconfirmed news. Yeah, so there are reports of another earthquake. Let me just get the location out real quick. A mild earthquake struck in the Iranian
This is
city of
President Trump.
Qom.
Well, that's Donald Trump.
Sorry, we missed it. He was just kind of saying that he's just hoping that they'll all sort it out, and he's kind of distancing himself.
Yeah, just so quickly, did you guys hear what I said about the earthquake just now? Sorry.
You stated that they were no. Carry on, please say it again.
Yeah, so there's a report stating, and this is from Iraqi sources, a mild earthquake struck the Iranian city of Qom. And then it says also apparently that it coincides with the same times that the Israelis are reportedly hitting or attacking, sorry, Fordo nuclear facilities. But I don't know. But this is the report that just come in. It's like I'd say about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, dude. Netanyahu and his administration are crazy. This is pretty much asking for a death wish here.
It's so funny, right, guys? I have to tell you something. Myron, right, guys, listen, for those of you who may not know, when Myron comes on here and he says, I'm streaming, it means like he wants to just have a conversation with Suleiman or one person like he was having with Truth or Simon back to back because he's got a stream audience listening to it. What he doesn't want is lots of like interruptions and chit chat. Oh, have you seen that video? I've got that video, because then he drops. So he dropped. And then because he was on his stream and he wanted to jump in a space to talk, he went to the Zio space. And do you know what happened? Zio smashed the space, crashed it.
Crashed the space. How did it get crashed? What, the thing ended? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. He didn't actually say, oh, thank you for coming, everybody. I'm now finishing the space. Really appreciate you coming. It just crashed.
Good stuff. Okay, so yeah, the lesson is that we also need to.
The resistance is working overtime. You heard?
Yeah, the space resistance.
The
It was
lesson is what, Simon?
it was an Iranian cyber security attack.
What was the lesson you were going to give, Simon? We need to.
Well, the lesson is
I heard.
that we need
Oh,
to.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, when Myron comes up, we need to kind of just keep it between because he's got a load of traffic as well, so he's getting the message out further. So it's important. And what I really like when Myron comes up is he resets the room and makes us summarize things that might have been a load of chaos, and he's got a really talented way of kind of simplifying it down and making sure that we see what's happened. So it's very useful for the audience as well.
Absolutely, but that was good. So I thought that would be a bit charming just to repeat that. I think Casey's going to come up in a second. Nathan, jump in.
Well, I'll just jump. Oh,
I think
Nathan.
that's
Oh,
the
go ahead.
thing. Sorry,
I think that might have been a glitch. Sorry.
You
Nate,
haven't got
jump in.
nothing, Nathan, no?
Y'all, I got some very interesting video. Okay. So I accidentally stumbled on a trick. So I had, anyway, I had my phone kind of sitting between my, you know how you like put it in your side, you just kind of tuck it in. Well, it opened up the Snapchat and it opened up the maps. And I was like, you know what? Let me just use this to go to the map and see. Bro, you can like literally watch this from Snapchat maps, like in the sky, the whole dome and everything. I literally am screen recording right now. This shit's crazy. I can't believe it. I'm sitting over here in disbelief right now. I'm about to post it into the into the comments. But I've been sitting here like, whoa. Anyway, let me send it. Let me send it.
Well, so you can see live footage from Tel Aviv and stuff. Is that what you're looking at?
So I like it's crazy because Tel Aviv is blacked out kind of, but you can go to the West Bank and see in there, and like you could see the sky, like you literally see missiles and shit like going all across. I'm about to post it. It's crazy. But for some reason, like I tried to move as close as possible to Tel Aviv, and I just literally stumbled on this like a couple minutes ago, so I'm still exploring, but very, very, Interesting. Oh my gosh. Like, I want to go check out everything now. I'm about to go see Iran. Like, you can just
What is
travel.
this? What is this, mate? Sorry.
And Snapchat. There's like there's a little map feature that you can use like in the bottom, and what it does is like on the map you can scroll anywhere all over the world, and it'll show you areas like, you know, wherever, and usually wherever you zoom in it's lit up, and that you can see that there's a bunch of snaps there. So people take videos and it uploads to Snap, and so you can click in an area and it'll show you what everybody's posting. I'm about to show you this but anywhere, so like you can go. I mean, I just went right now to the West Bank because all the stuff was in the sky, but I'll show you, and I can do a screen record for anybody that doesn't really know how to use this. But it's really interesting.
Sounds good. I'm not on Snapchat, but that
Me
sounds
neither.
fire.
Yeah.
Well, I don't use it. Like my account isn't on like that. I just used it for like being able to piece together little clips of videos. It's actually I probably can. They probably have better software now, but it's really cool for that type of stuff. Anyway, you guys should download it just for this though, because I don't know of any other app that does this.
Sounds good. Simon, I don't know if Maze is requesting. I'm not Maze. Sorry, Maze. Casey's requesting. Could you bring her up if she is, please?
Yeah, I can see KC, but I've got to chuck someone down. Who should I chuck down?
But hang on, we've got only 9 mics taken. I don't understand that.
Yeah, it doesn't give me the option, but I can see her.
Give me a second. Let me have a look. Maybe we've just got too many invitations out. We
Hold on.
have.
I think I found a way of getting her up, even though you didn't let me. Casey, are you with us?
Let me try.
You might have to send her an invite or two.
Oh,
It
let
took
me
me like
send her.
2
Let me send her.
invites.
Yeah, let me send her a direct. Casey, if you're listening, I'll send you a mic through the thingy through the DMs. Chick's got to fix it because the guys just can't get it right. Do you know what I mean? Right, let's see if that works. Hopefully, we'll get it sorted. Right, Casey, go into your DMs, love. I can't even see her. I can't see her. I can't see anybody. Like I see like random one follower, blank profile accounts, like all botty accounts. Elon's too busy conspiring with the CIA to fix the app for us. So anyway,
Casey's
moving
here.
on.
Casey?
I'm here, guys. What is up? I've been listening to you guys like while I was at work, had you guys in the background in my pocket, trying to make sure, you know, I don't get in trouble, but didn't care. I was excited with you guys. I was sorry. I always come up here like this, and I don't know how to contain it, but
It's like an
Khaleesi was
episode of
like that.
24, isn't it, Casey?
I mean, seriously, and then like I heard Khaleesi with the best. What did you call them? Asses. I thought it was amazing. Ass, yes, they're ass, yes. And then you guys were cracking open Red Bulls, and no, all jokes aside, it's been quite the day listening to you guys and just hearing all the news coming through so fast and just everything and like it's just been like whiplash for me like wow. So thanks again always for the space. Suleiman Khaleesi, Simon, everybody up here, Truth, Ian, Maze, Mofit, Hussein, Dr. Altusa, I think that's her name. Nathan, definitely, because you've definitely been giving out like a lot of breaking news. And Auntie and I say, you know, everybody who's here, thank you guys. You guys made my shift like amazing, exciting. So thanks. And yep, I'm here with you guys now. So
Casey, I'm hoping tonight that there is going to be a special gift to the illegal settlers.
heard about that special gift, Simon. Well, you know, but let's see. It's funny because I plan on being with you guys all throughout the night, and I'm not gonna make this about me. I'm not. But what kind of birthday it would be for me tomorrow? Like just all of this that's happening. Like I'm just like praise God. Like God is so good. I don't know. Like you know, just seriously, you know, the justice and just watching around, just taking control and sending the messages like even your bunkers won't save you. We're telling you, get out now, you know, all of that. Like I just it's been 18 months, what, 19 months of a genocide, but 20 almost. And then you just all of a sudden you feel downtrodden after a while because you think like nobody's ever gonna stop these people. Nothing's ever gonna be done. And then a day like this comes, so you can't predict the future. And I'm again, I'm so grateful to you guys though for all the reporting that you guys are doing. Like I just feel like I know so much because of y'all. So thank you again.
Y'all
Do you remember
check
when we used to do
your
the
DMs.
spaces with what was her name? Sarah. She used to come up, call me a conspiracy theorist, self-hating Jew, anti-Semite. And then she was an illegal settler. So hopefully she's evacuating tonight, and
Which
maybe
Sarah?
she'll be
Which
on.
Sarah?
There was this person that used to come up, and I always used to just debate like
I
crazy.
remember that witch.
Yeah, it was
I
always
remember
on
her too,
Mario
yo.
Spaces, and I'd always
Yeah,
say, "Hey,
she's
there
a
was like a
witch.
CIA operation," and she was like,
Hope
"It's a
that witch got some
conspiracy
Nike
theorist."
shoes on.
I'll tell you
Yeah, I
what,
remember
guys,
her
listen,
too. And
Amma
him.
was on yesterday, right? I was being so good because he's in Iran, right? But I wanted to say to him, how's your little witch friend, Voices of East, right? Because he used to come up and play tag team with her, didn't he, on Mario Spaces? Do you remember that? When I used to smash him on Mario Spaces before. And I also say, have you spoken to her? How she's feeling about this? But I thought, no, Suleiman's probably going to go mad because he's going to say, can't you just behave yourself for once? So I thought I'll be good because yeah, when this is over, maybe I will ask him. How did you have your little chit chats with her? Do you remember that little witch, Voices of East?
Yeah, I think we live in a parallel world. I actually think they're in their own little bubble. Like it's such a it's such a like you could just go to one space and they're in a completely different dimension to like where we are, and the it's just remarkable in terms of how the brain works, and how people filter information in order to feed a narrative. But then at the same time, she's like ex-military, right? So she's got her own agenda as well. She's IDF, I think.
Yeah, crazy. I remember her voice. It is crazy, Simon, how you really can be in a parallel world. Sometimes I feel like I feel like that a lot actually. But just even looking at the coverage of this in mainstream or even on YouTube, they're saying like, Israel is taking down Iran and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, what? That is absolutely not happening. Like that's the opposite. That's not happening at all. But this is how people get lied to. It's insane. But yeah, there was something else I was going to say about her. You know what, Khaleesi, I heard you telling the story about Mario space crash, and I don't want to keep talking about that person. About obviously, but Myron did go in there and he was cooking because I was listening to his live stream a little bit, and he was dropping all the facts and everything with American involvement and everything else, and then he was like, oh. He's like, oh my gosh, the space crash. They probably were here. They were like, we cannot. We've been propagandizing this audience all day. We cannot risk it with this. Just shut it down. And it feels like that's exactly what happened.
Did you
And
guys
that's
see?
symbolic because that's
Oh.
what Iran's about to do to Israel.
Anyway, I sent the screen record to you guys.
What do you see then, Mace? What do you see, like places in occupied Jaffa
Bro,
on fire
look
and stuff?
at your DMs, okay?
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I only looked at that one. And anybody else that wants it, just let me know. Just hit the. I guess I could put it in the comments. I just don't want to lose my access. I feel like they're like this, gonna cut it out just because it's not.
Whoa, I just watched the video. Everybody who's tuned in, if you want to watch the video, hit the repost button. Hit that repost button now. I just watched the video that Maze Love is talking about. This is crazy. Hit that repost button. We have to get to at least 4,000 reposts before we drop this video that the mainstream media is hiding.
So the thing is,
That's
that
kind of a little
video, I've just
overkill, but
looked
yeah.
at it, and it's probably been taken. It's been taken in Tulkarm, so it's probably been taken by a Palestinian in Tulkarm. You can hear a little bit of wolf whistling going on in the background and stuff, and it that's who's taken it. and to show to the world what's happening. It's not a settler who's taken it, which makes it even more special.
Yeah. So if like when you're
It really
actually
does.
oh huh. So I was gonna say
Oh no, sorry, I was just agreeing, saying it really does. Go ahead.
when you're actually in the Snapchat, like it shows you everything, the tents, everything. Like it's, I mean, like if you go to Gaza, I just went and like I tapped in one area, it takes you down and it shows like and then when you go to the West Bank, it shows like I mean, the ones that I looked at, it's so interesting. You can literally travel anywhere. I'm about to go to Iran now.
Lisa, can you send it to me? Because now I want to see it. I'm sorry.
I did. I DM'd it to you, I think.
Amazing. You
Yeah.
know how this is going
Thank
to
you so
work?
much.
You know
Guys,
how this is going
if you want to see it, you have to repost the space first.
Yeah, amazing how this is going to work in the future as well. You're going to have like some virtual reality glasses and you'll just be headed in there as well. Like it's going to be crazy what's about to happen.
I know, right? Dang, man. I just feel like I discovered some. Like, I don't even know if I'm asleep now. Like, this shit's crazy. Okay, yeah, I'm not trying to leave anybody out. I just didn't want to send anybody anything if they didn't want it. But if you do,
I think
just let
Suleiman's team's going to tweet it out in a minute anyway. But guys, listen really quickly. But that's fire, that tweets. Maze, I'm not joking. We're going to tweet it out, let people see it. But Iranian air defenses have ignited over Parchin. Explosions across the sky as Iranian forces try to intercept incoming Israeli strikes. Over Iran's Parchin military complex, this is happening. It's on fire, guys. They are intercepting. I don't know if there's any breaking news from anybody else, but I've just seen that. So I thought I'd tell you what's happening. I think the Iranian wave's over right now, guys.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything.
yeah, I don't know.
There was nothing. So what the reports are stating is that it could have been either because of the hack that they thought it was an incoming, or it's false information being pushed out by Israeli media.
Yeah.
So, Khaleesi, do you reckon this is going to be a 1 week space?
I'm not gonna lie. The thought crossed my mind today, right, where I thought, okay, interesting that we have done this, but neither side looks like they want to, Iran shouldn't actually just back down anyway. But Israel's like gone out with their begging bowl and said, please join us in a coalition and stuff. And now freaking all these other countries are going to get involved. And I thought, how long are we going to keep the space going? Like, literally, I thought that tomorrow's Monday and the thieving workmen are coming again. And I've got to just, sort things out with them. I had some workmen yesterday. I don't know if you heard of it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But I've got things to do. How are we going to do that? How are we going to manage this if it just continues? I don't know, Simon.
Well, Khaleesi, think about what we're documenting here in history. I think this is going to go down as one of the most significant events of our modern era. Now, imagine if we could have listened to everybody experiencing World War II while it was happening. Imagine how different the history books will be written with everything being documented in real time with real reactions. Like, in 100 years from now, people are gonna like listen to these recordings and say, "Wow, what was it like when they lived through this moment?" Like, it's pretty remarkable. And
Yeah.
imagine all the people that justified the genocide when this is going to be documented as the Holocaust of 2023, 24, 25. And, they all sat there and said, justified and allowed the Holocaust to get worse and worse and worse while they were engaging in lies. Like, that's your future.
You know what would be really good, right? If there's any settlers who are listening to our space en route to a bunker or two, if your conscience has had an awakening over the last 3 days about what you now see happening in Gaza, if it's given you a moral awakening, please do request the mic and we'll bring you right up if you've had a conscious awakening, if you've actually, your morality is woken up and you realize what your country was doing wrong. But you've got to be an illegal settler and you have to recognize your illegitimacy on Palestinian land to be able to come up. I want the full confession on this space. That's something worth recording.
Yeah, good luck waiting for one of those.
I know, yeah. Don't hold your breath.
Can I jump in 1 minute? Sorry,
Yeah, that's
guys.
why I said this is gonna take a long time because Iran, they're gonna have to put a lot more rounds in here.
Nathan, jump in. Your hand was up right the way through, Nathan, so I wasn't sure if you were going to speak or not. I came to you earlier. Go ahead, jump in. Jump in, jump in.
Right, so there's reports of an explosion was heard in Erbil, Iraqi Kurdistan. Also, the reports of Israeli strikes on Avaz, western Iran, and Mashdad, northeastern Iran. And then also, I just want to clarify something. So there were reports of explosions in Tehran, but then now there's reports coming out from Iranian media. They're stating that the explosions were because of Israeli drones being intercepted. So I just want to check that. And I have another one, but I need to find it. Sully, are you here? Because if you're not, because I do send like breaking stuff to you, but if you're a bit busy, I will just announce it myself if you want.
I think send it to him because the team will put it out, but announce it as well. To be honest with you, I think that would be good because it'll just keep the conversation going.
I think he did say it was all right earlier too.
Yeah, just announce it, Nathan. Announce it.
Just real quickly, sorry, I'll add this in because it was interesting. So, Israeli media of the vanishing entity. Oh, sorry, I kind of probably should have skipped that out. So, anyways, so they say more than an hour has passed since the home front command's instructions to stay near protected areas, and no updates have been issued. It is irresponsible to leave Israelis in this state of tension and psychological pressure. I told you guys this yesterday. They like doing this, but anyways, there's another one where an Israeli settler from Tel Aviv responds to Netanyahu in a post on X. I quote, "The defense minister hides behind civilians in the center of Tel Aviv, then blames the Iranians for launching missiles towards civilian populations. My children and I are just collateral damage to him." And then it says the post includes a photo and a map of the defense ministry building located near civilian facilities. So it seems like the pressure's gonna start piling on them. The same thing that they expected to have happen in Tehran, it really sounds like it's gonna be happening in Tel Aviv. I shouldn't laugh because like I'm probably like already like 3/4 away on like 3/4 of the way, sorry, on a Mossad hit list. Like if I ain't already on it, so I probably shouldn't laugh like and gloat. Like I probably got to be mindful about what I'm
Suleiman's
saying.
on the top of that. They put Suleiman's name on a missile. I don't know if you know this, Nathan, but some of our listeners may not do.
Yes, I remember. I remember.
Yeah, and then they sent him the picture and said that's going to go to Gaza. He's literally like wanted on that list, but he keeps rocking on. Guys, listen. So I'm looking, right? I might put this in the nest. This is from Suleiman's team. Put this out a little while ago, a few minutes ago, not a little while. And it says, this is from Jerusalem Post. Israel hopes Trump's administration will join the war after Iran rejects U.S. nuclear deal proposal. Of course they're going to reject it, you morons. They were ready to come to the table and discuss it with you today, and you bombed the hell out of them. Anyway, a senior Israeli official said, "We hope that this will happen eventually." You wish, right? So that's in the nest for you guys to look at, and then we'll get his team to put that video out in a minute as well.
So wait a minute, they had the negotiations today, so because wasn't that supposed to be for today? So did they already have the discussions?
No, they didn't have it.
Rather?
They didn't have it. They were scheduled for today, but like they obviously, like every time they get close to a negotiation, isn't it? Netanyahu gets like, nightmares because he might be facing the gallows. So he makes sure that the negotiator's killed or the country's bombed or something. I don't want to negotiate with somebody who comes and bombs my home. I want to freaking bomb back. Do you know what I mean? So that's what happened. Like they were supposed to have the meeting today in Amman, and Iran was all set up to have that meeting. Iran's been very transparent on their uranium enrichment and nuclear facilities. Very, very transparent. I think Truth ran that. Well, Truth and I think I can't remember who it was, but they talked through that whole thing. Can Nathan jump in?
Right. Sorry, just real quickly. So, let's see, where did it go? So we got Iranian media is stating the air defense system in central and southern Tehran is engaging with projectiles, incoming projectiles. Also, Israeli media saying that they're currently on under a 700% increase in cyber attacks. How true that is, I don't know. It's not confirmed. Also, the reports of the American Hira base intercepting a target in Erbil's airspace. And then one more, it says, in areas where instructions have been issued to remain near the protected area, we confirm that the instructions remain in effect. And I got one more, sorry. So this is the Israeli media. I don't know if they could be lying, but they're reporting to the Israelis that there is a non-stop attack on Fordo nuclear site. But again, this is Israeli media, and it seems like I don't know if we can trust anything they're saying today. I mean, I know they're not really that credible anyway, but it seems like there's a lot of psychological warfare going on today, and it seems like they're doing it to their own public, which is just. I mean, it's not nothing that we ain't we haven't known already all this time. But yeah, it's really crazy tonight.
But
It's like
even if
going to
it's not
sleep.
true, Nathan, it helps us understand what they want you to believe is true.
I know, but how many waves that we were supposed? Because I don't know if you guys remember. I don't know if you guys are keeping up, but I even said this like I don't know if it was early this morning. It will be yesterday morning now because I'm on the next day now. But we've had about five, or I'll say 5 to 7 supposed ballistic launches that never came. I don't know if you guys have noticed, like they just don't never come.
Guys, I want to say, right, very quickly, I put something in the nest, which is breaking news. So I don't know if you, Maze and Casey, followed this today, but basically, a couple of things have happened. Oh, we're getting news coming in thick and fast, but one of the things is Harrods reported that people wanted to in Israel. Harrods is obviously Israeli newspaper, and they said the Israelis wanted to leave Israel, obviously on emergency flights and get out. And Netanyahu's government said, "No, no, don't take them out of the country. Leave them in the country." Holding them hostage, basically. Leave them there. The airlines were instructed not to remove civilians, right? Which is madness. Um, the second thing is that they were told because of some glitch or something anyway to wait near, like, I think I've just put it in the nest actually. Let me have a look at it so I can be a bit more accurate. It says breaking Israeli media: more than an hour has passed since the home front command's instructions to stay near protected areas. That's what they've been told to do, just stay near protected areas, and then no updates have been issued. It is irresponsible to leave Israelis in this state of tension and psychological pressure. Now, that's what Suleiman's team's posted, right? And I agree with that. But it's actually making me think Netanyahu cares about nobody but himself, right? So I'm thinking, have they said to people, wait within these protect? Do you remember what they did in Gaza? You need to go south. And once they were congregated south, they killed them all. This might be the false flag that we thought would come elsewhere, where he's making his own citizens wait in congregated, quote unquote, protected areas. And then Iran's going to be blamed for whatever may occur.
Right, like the protected areas are most likely military zones too.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put that past them at all. I mean, you had past, excuse me, him at all. You had them all there, and all they're gathered in that area. And then yeah, it's that's a I don't want to say perfect. I hate using those kind of words, but that is actually a recipe for the false flag kind of thing, where anything that happens would get blamed on Iran, and then the media would go out because they're already running this narrative too. Israel, excuse me, Israel attacks, military. Iran attacks civilians, right? So they would definitely blame it on Iran. And this is that is I agree too. It is psychologically damaging. It's not right. I mean, to force them to stay there is just it isn't right. That's
Okay,
them doing
just
that.
hold that thought. One more tweet in the nest, guys. Israeli media, and I'm just reading what it says. We have been deceived. No missile was launched from Iran yet, despite the sound of warning sirens and millions going down to shelters. So they're already messing them around, just coming to the point you're going to make, Casey, there. So let's just recap. They're messing them around. They're sounding sirens, getting them to go down to shelters. There's no missiles launched when those sirens were sounded. Um, they're getting people to congregate in areas, leaving them just lounging around outside, and they didn't let them leave the country. This is something, I tell you what. Go, Casey.
Yeah, I mean, just watching him use he's using his own people as cannon fodder, and he's messing with their heads. He's using them, however, they're just tools to him, and it is a shame because they're saying it. They're like, we don't we don't know what's going on. They're petrified, and I mean, who wouldn't be
No,
petrified, right?
they're not all petrified. I don't know if you saw that one homosexual Jew. They're in a bunker
I
together.
did. I didn't want to
They're
think about it
actually
again.
quite pleased to be in close quarters together.
Yeah, it was,
You know, you can't stop the gay pride movement, gay
yeah.
pride month in Israel. Okay, so they they'll find ways to pass time even if they lose internet. I just hope it doesn't get dark. Then whatever happens in the
Don't
dark.
make our space lurid. Truth. We're gonna keep it PG in here. Ew. I don't want images like that
I
at
was. I was.
midnight.
I just heard they're very
I
dedicated to
mean,
their
I mean,
religion.
Tel Aviv is statistically the gayest city on earth, and that's not me being condescending or mocking. That's out of the Times of Israel, according to their own
They're
statistics.
very
I
proud
think
of.
it's like
They're very
35 to
proud of it.
40% now is LGBT in Tel Aviv.
I mean, I was annoyed when I ran into that footage. I was absolutely annoyed, but I don't follow that person, and I didn't understand why it showed up for me on Twitter. It's funny the things they're boosting now, to try to make it seem like everybody's in this happy mood, I guess. But anyway, but
I'm
we
sure I've
see
seen
that no.
rainbow flagged all over your profile when I first got to know you, Casey.
Oh God, no, girl, that
Guys,
is not
listen, just
that.
really quickly. I think we lost Simon and Doc. Doc, if you're listening, I sent you a mic in DMs. Simon, if you're listening, I sent you a mic in DMs. I cannot see any mic requests, so I cannot bring you up. But if you go to the link I sent you in your DMs and join the space from there, you will be able to be brought up. So just leave the space completely, open your messages and click on the link I sent you, and that'll bring you up to the panel. Thank you very much. And then soon we're going to sort out this co-host situation. May's Love is
Y'all,
here. We're going to put in a little bit of a shift, and the chicks are going to run. We're going to get some order back in this place when the chicks are running it. Let me tell you that.
yeah, I just went to Iran and I sent some pics from there. This is so cool. I'm telling you, check the videos, guys.
Maze is doing a world tour.
For real, I went everywhere. Like I went to Iraq. I mean, you could see what people are doing real time in Iraq. Like you can go everywhere. I just found a rabbit hole. Like I don't know if I can get out of this one. It's really interesting. I don't know, but you guys tell me what you think. Those are of the missiles, but they have stuff from like people eating, restaurants, malls. Oh my God, you should see these mosques. Wow, they're beautiful and grandiose, especially the ones in Tehran. It's really cool. All right, y'all, repost the space, hit the little purple pill, and repost, quote post, and make sure you're following Solomon and Khaleesi and setting their notifications on. Also follow Truth Teller Ian, Mofit, Nathan, We got a new person that's part of the crew, anti-NSA, I think. Is that right? Anti-NSA. That girl. Oh, we have another doctor, Dr. Mahdavi. Yeah, man, follow everybody. Put the notifications on for Sully and them. And yeah, I think it's slowed down a little bit now. I mean, I've been in my own little rabbit hole. I could be lying. Truth teller. Yeah, everybody got a status update on mind you, I haven't
No,
slept
it's
over
like
the
Hebrew
yeah.
media sounded kind of mad that they got fooled by Iran and the cyber hack because they had their sirens on for like an hour. They're waiting for this, onslaught of missiles, and they just haven't showed up. They've been duped.
It seems like the cyber hacks always happen when they don't want their own settlers to record.
Guys, that's I want to come back to what Truth was saying, but I just put a tweet in the nest, and it says Iranian air defenses. Sorry, it wasn't even systems. Iranian air defenses down Israeli drones near Tehran. Iranian air defense units successfully intercepted and shut down Israeli reconnaissance drones west of Tehran, according to domestic security sources. It's in the nest. Please share it. Please retweet it. It'd be great. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh my God, Truth. I was just coming to Truth. Is he gone? Oh my God, he's going to drop, isn't he?
No, he's back.
He's back.
I made fun of Hebrew media, and they caused my they caused my app to crash.
You
So
called them
vindictive,
gay and
Khaleesi.
everything. You said they were going to be at it in bunkers, Truth.
Oh my God.
Hey, what happens in the bunker stays in the bunkers. But if the bunker door being rocking, don't you come and knocking. You're gonna regret what you see.
Oh my God, Truth. Let's get back on. That's terrible. Let's get back on track. So,
Truth is
you
freestyling.
is.
Just adding some filler commentary
Uranus
because it's a
coming
bit slow
knocking.
right now.
But let's talk about these settlers, right? Truth. So the first thing is we heard earlier today that there were like airlines were told not to carry them when they wanted to evacuate, not to bring them out, right? When people wanted to evacuate with an emergency and the flights were leaving, and now they've been told to congregate in safe zones, but they've got no instructions. They're just left loitering in these safe zones. Earlier today, alarms went off. The sirens went off. They went down the shelters, and nothing. Like nothing. Like there was nothing from Iran coming in. So what's this about?
I believe it's cyber warfare. They're just keeping them on their heels, and they're going to do this again. And who knows? They might even catch them off guard. That they might not take the next announcement or two seriously, and there could be more of these Jewish occupation force terrorists out in the open that might find out the wrong way. So, element of surprise. I think Iran's definitely messing with them. They're not going to be predictable, and so because it was also detected by Israeli some kind of source. You know what? It might not even have been. It might have been an Iranian source giving somebody false information because they figured out who they are. So they might have arrested the Mossad agent, took his radio, phone, whatever, and provided some false information for them to then relay to Israel in addition to the cyber hack. Because they're using multiple different communication sources to be able to try and figure out what Iran's up to or when it's doing its missile launches from its platforms. But I think they arrested a bunch of Mossad agents today, so I think that's definitely going to mess with Israel's preparation in trying to anticipate incoming missiles because that's what's key tip for them to have minimized their casualties. And don't forget the adults are like I've said before either IDF reservists. They could be Mossad, Shin Bet, Unit 8200. Almost all the adults all the adults do actually have to do some kind of national service, and most of them do enter the IDF. So they're all fair game, and they're all settler terrorists anyway, or they're part of like Ben Gavir's, illegal militia that's armed and brutalizing the Palestinian, the native inhabitants of the land. So yeah, cyber warfare does work too, and yeah, I bet you they're pissed off about that because it's ruining their weekend. They can't even go to the bar and have a drink. Too bad. So sad. I guess the Tel Aviv beaches probably aren't that busy right now, Mace. Why don't you take a look? What does your app say?
Doc, jump in.
I'm trying to, but what I wanted to read to you guys, which is a very interesting and not yet discussed point, but my screen has gone completely blank. So there's that. My app is glitching crazy. My whole phone is crazy. I think my phone is so sick and tired of being on for 4 days straight. It's like had enough of me. But I did make a really, well, I didn't make the video, but somebody sent me a video and I posted it and it's really fun and cool. Did you guys see it?
No, but I'm gonna go look now. Did you see the video I sent
Okay.
you?
I did, thank you. No, it's not in the DMs, it's actually in my feed. While I try to get this blank screen to work. Fortunately, I can just see the microphone.
Oh, by the way, Khaleesi, it's middle of the night there. So they're not going to be able to sleep at all tonight. If they keep doing this, they're really going to mess with their sleep patterns. There's going to be some cranky settlers.
You know, it's funny because I remember one time hearing one of them say that they were making apple pie in their bunker. This was like a long time ago, or maybe 5 months ago or something, or I don't know. Anyway, and so I always imagined that their bunkers were like decked out or something, because I was like, oh, these people get whatever they want anyway, and then just they have these decked out bunkers. But then I looked at that footage, that picture, Khaleesi, from one of the posts you had up here. All those people stuck together like that for how long? That's gonna they might eat each other alive before anything else even happens. I couldn't even imagine being in that situation. I am not having any pity for them. I'm just saying that wow, this is they're gonna go nuts. They're gonna go completely insane, more insane than they already are.
No, I mean, in fairness, they already have a little mental instability and insanity going on anyway. They suffer from the various genetic defects they inherited from all the inbreeding, things like multiple personality disorder or schizophrenia, anxiety. Yeah, I guess wow, so
Okay.
cyber war, there's really something to, Ron thought this one through, huh? The cyber warfare. Let's drive them even crazier. Let's keep them in a bunker let's make them spend too much time with each other on the weekends during Gay Pride Month. Really drive them crazy.
Okay, you guys, I have
That
something to submit.
might increase suicide rates.
Is truth rugged?
I think Dr. Roshanak has something to what? I think
Yeah.
yeah.
Something to that nobody has been talking about or probably doesn't even know about. So we've been talking. So I first presented to you the idea of what's going on with Pakistan and nukes and so on and so forth. And how Pakistan has been really backing up Iran. Whoa. The plot thickens. So follow this. In the 1970s, Saudi Arabia, who is supposed to be not getting along with Iran, right? One of the problems is that Iran is a threat to Saudi Arabia. Well, in the 1970s, Saudi Arabia reportedly provided financial assistance to Pakistan's nuclear weapons program in exchange for a guarantee of nuclear security for the kingdom. So Saudi Arabia is bankrolling Pakistan to create a nuke. Remember, they suddenly had a nuke out of nowhere? Okay. This arrangement, while officially denied, is believed to have involved a pact where Pakistan would provide nuclear weapons or technology to Saudi Arabia if the latter faced a nuclear threat. This relationship, which began with financial aid to Pakistan's nuclear ambitions, has deepened over time, with both countries engaging in military cooperation and technology sharing. So there is a financial support, there is a security guarantee, there is military cooperation, and there is nuclear cooperation. So the question is, and then the U.S. has expressed concerns about the potential proliferation of nuclear weapons and has closely monitored the Saudi-Pakistan nuclear nexus. So then this perceived nuclear threat from Iran and Iraq and Israel has been a key driver of Saudi Arabia's interest in acquiring nuclear weapons or security guarantees. So there's been this strategic partnership between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia that nobody talks about and that is somewhat denied, especially the nuclear part of it. But it's rooted in a shared strategic partnership where both countries are relying on each other for military, economic, and political support. So now, Iran, who is not best friends with Saudi, is getting the full backing of Pakistan, including potentially Pakistan saying, we will give you our nukes, we will give you everything, so on and so forth. So it's really been confirmed in these back rooms that Iran may already possess nuclear weapons. Why? Let me go back and get into this. There was some back and forthing between, I don't know if Suleiman is listening. Let's see, where is this? In the 70s, where Saudi, if ever attacked, or Iran uh, would have, what is this? I can't understand this, sorry. Pakistan would provide nuclear assets and transfer of tech to Saudi. And then just before Imran Khan left, my source is telling me that he went to Saudi Arabia to de-escalate and then visited Iran at that time when Iran was preparing for nuclear tests. So Pakistan urged Iran not to test nuclear weapons at the time, but Iran made a secret deal. And Pakistan is supposed to connect with Iran, who would safeguard its sovereignty. So if this is true, hold on, if this is true, then where does all of this stand with this sort of idea that Iran may already have nuclear weapons, but nobody knows except for maybe Pakistan?
Is this a publication you read it?
No. This is, some of it is already, you can like look it up, and a lot of what I said.
No, I was going to actually add context to it, but I just was
It's for
wondering what was you
conspiracy
reading.
theory.
No, it's not. If you
So
actually like Google or
no,
AI,
listen,
a lot of it will come
real
up,
quick.
except for the Iran part.
I'm gonna add something to this.
Yes, please. I
The
mean, I'm done. I
context.
just wanted to pose that to everybody.
Well, in relation to what you said, you know that earthquake earlier that everybody was saying it was 4.3 and a real nuclear
Can you
earthquake
guys hear me or
for
not?
test.
Wait, hold on.
Hello,
Nathan was
Can
about
hear
to
you. Go
say
ahead.
something.
yeah, we can hear you. But
I'm curious,
Okay,
like
if
you guys
that was a
guys,
ever,
1 second.
if that was a if that was a tactical nuke, what we were talking about earlier today, and we thought that 4.3 was too low, had all those aftershocks, and we said 5 is the average. But it doesn't. I'm wondering if it wasn't a tactical nuke, which would have a much smaller yield, that was tested to set that off earlier today. So if you're saying that, Israel, that Iran already has nukes, that might have been a tactical nuke test
So, but
today.
that's what I'm saying. We can start to put the pieces together from some of the stuff that I have that I can't tell you where I get it from, and from some of the stuff, a lot of the stuff that's already out there. Just putting some of the, I know, right? I keep telling you guys I can't tell you, but then, like yesterday when I said pull out the popcorn, and now you see the USS Nimitz is here. That's what I was talking about, but I couldn't tell you. Anyway, so I'm just
Yuri
saying,
wants to chime in on this too, FYI, guys.
yeah. So if we're putting these pieces together, how does that change things?
well, to be honest, I just think it's a bunch of mudslinging going on. I'm not saying from you, but you guys need to be mindful. The people that send you stuff in your DMs, not everybody is genuine and like
No,
here to tell the
90%
truth.
of
But I'm gonna
99%
add
of what I
context
told
to
you
the thing.
is
Oh my gosh, why are you
accurate.
interrupting me? I didn't just let me
I'm
finish
sorry.
what
I'm
I'm
sorry. I'm sorry.
saying.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. So the context behind it is it all stems from India's nuclear tests. When India made their nuclear tests, it put a bit of fear into Riyadh and into Islamabad or Pakistan, whichever you want to put it. And then that's why Riyadh did help to fund Pakistan's nuclear testing and the program itself. It all stems from India when they made their tests. Once they made their tests, that's when Saudi decided to help Pakistan.
Mufid, I think you were trying to say something a little while ago. You're muted, but we don't hear anything.
Well, when was it that Israel? When was it that Israel did their test in the nuclear ocean that they didn't really do? Who can remember what year that was?
I don't know, but have you guys heard of EMP bombs or EMP?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna put my post. I have a couple posts. I'll put it
Yeah,
in.
with the Zionist use against Maui, Hawaii.
Well, so they threatened to use this against Iran in April of last year, and I posted about it. I know. Let me put it in the little purple pill.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember they did that.
There was there was actually some stories right after the initial attack on Iran that they attempted to use an EMP on a jet that failed. I heard that story that they attempted to use an EMP and that failed. Have you guys heard that at the beginning of this war?
Sorry, I'm in the middle of posting these, but I did not hear that about this war. No.
Yeah, I can't recall where I heard it, and I didn't hear a lot about it, but there was some news flying around, and who knows? But that rumor was out there.
Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, so there are reports of a NATO AWACS surveillance aircraft has taken off from Turkey. It is now monitoring the airspace over Iran, Syria, and Iraq. Or Iraq.
Guys, check those. I really do think there's something to it. The EMP things, I put them in the purple pill. One explains.
Well, I'm sorry. Remember what you said about the AWACS. Remember there was 4 refuelers that launched earlier, and now if they got an AWACS up there, then there's something big that's getting ready to happen.
I don't speak military at all, so I don't know what that means. But if anybody wants to translate for me, that would be fantastic.
I think both. I think both are about to go all out soon.
Yeah, basically the AWACS is the plane that directs and controls all and monitors everything, and it's like the command center. And the 4
It's
refueling
an early
planes are
warning
what they're going to
system, is
need.
what it is.
It's an early warning system, is basically what it is. So it's an airborne early warning system or a control center. So basically, it's like having a radar, a mobile radar system in the sky, but because you're of your altitude, you have a longer range of vision, so you can cover more area. So then that allows you to basically have more detailed accuracy of things from a further distance.
Thank you, Nathan.
So, Maze, what do you think with the EMPs? Do you think that this is going to be coming into play in this war?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I actually mentioned that earlier today, even in
I
regards to the
remember
earthquake. So it's
you had
I
said that
think
maybe this would be an EMP, right?
Just some
yeah,
more
That's what
breaking.
that was. Yeah.
Let me
the
just give a
earthquake.
couple of guys. Let me just give a couple of more breaking news. Sorry, I'm back. A NATO AWACS surveillance aircraft has taken off from Turkey, now monitoring airspace over Iran, Syria, and Iraq. Most likely searching targets for the Israeli aviation. Also, I saw a report, but I couldn't find like a second source on it, so I haven't posted it. But there was a report that the new Syrian president or prime minister, Ahmed al-Sharaa, ex-ISIS member, that he basically he gave he's given he's basically said their airspace is going to be protected. Obviously, they don't have the ability, so it means the airspace is literally going to be used by Israel. So that's, if that's true, that's shocking, a massive betrayal. But that needs to be verified because I have seen one report on it. But I haven't seen a few more. Has anybody else seen any of the reports on it?
I have seen that. I've seen a report that earlier today, around like 11 or something here, he actually put out. He said that his airspace is open to be used to aid Israel, and I saw that from only one source, um, but it's a reliable source.
Yeah, I only saw it on one source. What was your source?
I can't recall off the top of my head, but it was from a really reliable channel that I'm part of.
Yeah, I saw that, but then I mean, it was just because it's one source, and because that source is generally a bit more anti.
Well, you know, the only other thing I saw today that I didn't see too, I also didn't see a follow up on India saying that they would step in if Pakistan enters. So those are the only two things today I haven't been able to duplicate sources on. But that doesn't. It's a pretty reliable place that I saw it. So I can't verify it, but in the past they're really reliable.
And
So.
also, we heard reports. I'm just seeing this now that according to Israeli media, that the Israeli army left people in the shelter for over an hour and a half without any updates or guidance. And so the reason they're saying that's an issue is because ordinarily they always give updates. So
And that they actually told them
but
that
that'll
they
be
should
because
be
of the
planning
that'll be because
sleep.
of the cyber attack, right?
Right. Well, you know what? That could be, but they said to plan on sleeping there tonight in the shelters. So everybody's talking about
I think
cyber
it's just
attacks,
because they're
but
getting their asses kicked.
well, yeah, we should be dropping
That's just
leaflets telling them to run from
Fear.
shelter to shelter. But the thing is because they have those four refueling planes that turned off their transponders, in addition to this AWACS, in addition to all the news about the carrier, the strike groups, in addition to France and England. I mean, when you get four refuelers up there, that's a lot. And in combination with.
Yeah. You've cut off there, but I just want to welcome Dan Bilzerian. Dan, thanks for joining us. I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, no worries, brother. How you been?
Yeah,
You
doing
guys, you
good.
guys
Just
been running this space for like 48 hours now.
bro, I think it's been longer than that. I think it's been nearly 80 hours.
Yeah, sorry.
Gotta do what you gotta do to dispel the Zionist propaganda. What's your thoughts on what's happening? And I've actually got a few questions for you.
To be honest, I haven't really gotten an update since yesterday. Just got off the paintball field and I was clicking into your channel to see what the latest is.
So one of the questions I've got for you is we have reports that another American aircraft carrier is heading to the Middle East. The American aircraft carrier Nimitz and its strike group are now heading towards the Middle East, and they're joining the other American aircraft carrier Carl Vinson and the British warship HMS Prince of Wales. So now you have three aircraft carriers from the United States and from the UK directly in striking distance of Iran. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh man, I've actually been on the Nimitz. It was stationed in San Diego, I believe. It's a disaster. I mean, like we're just getting dragged into this war so unnecessarily. I just, yeah, it's just crazy. Like I said, I haven't really got an update since yesterday, but I mean, it's just, Israel attacks Iran unprovoked, and then Iran retaliates, and all of a sudden now it's our fucking problem that we have to once again bail them out of. I think it's crazy.
Well, this is what's the craziness, right? And this is when we look at Trump's statements, he's talking about how he wants to A, let them fight it out, B, giving indications that they may join, although in other reports they said that he's not gonna. I mean, if Donald Trump was to join the war, where does that leave his legacy? Because my thought was always this guy's never gonna do it because this just destroys all of his legacy. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, I told you guys he was gonna fucking do it. I mean, that was my whole issue with voting for him. Is I was like, he's gonna drag us into war with Iran. I literally said that, and then I said the biggest issue is that people are gonna blindly follow him more than they would Kamala Harris. I mean, obviously, I was not a Kamala Harris fan. I think she's a fucking dumpster fire. But I believe that people would blindly follow Trump. And I think that they obviously have some kind of dirt or blackmail on him or whatever, or maybe he's just monetarily motivated. But either way, I'm not going to be surprised if we go to war with Iran for Israel. And this is exactly the disaster that I predicted. So that's why I was not advocating for Trump, because normally it would be, on paper, it's like the most black and white, easiest decision ever. It's like, obviously he's a much better choice than Kamala Harris, but I think this is a bigger issue than almost anything else. And yeah, I will not be surprised if he drags us into war. I mean, everything's been set up for that. And I also will not be surprised if there's some sort of a false flag attack to try and rally the Americans, to get into this war either. So I think we should expect to see something like that happen on the near horizon.
100% agree. I just want to welcome Myron onto the stage as well. Myron, always much love. Appreciate you coming on as always. Do jump in whenever you want, bro.
I was only going to say, I saw you guys were talking about Jelani earlier. I wouldn't be surprised if he's allowing the Israelis to utilize that airspace because Jelani, I think, I'm almost certain Jelani coordinated with the Israelis to, conduct the attack on Aleppo, take over Syria. Obviously, they had the sanctions lifted when Trump went over to the Middle East. So I'm pretty confident that a part of the sanctions being lifted on Syria was obviously being friendly to Israel, which is what they want, right? They want all these, Arab powers around them to be friendly, and this is why they want a regime change so much with Iran. So I would not be surprised if Jolani struck a deal with Trump, as a part of the sanction relief, that they would cooperate with Israel in times of conflict, and I think that's coming to show now.
Yeah, highly likely. Highly likely. It's just the only reason I didn't post it was because there was no second source, and because it's such a sectarian issue, I just wanted to like double source it. But for sure, if you had to ask me on the balances of probability, did it happen? I would say for sure. In terms of yeah, Myron, do jump in whenever you want as well, bro. It's like your space. But Dan, just just bringing it back to the United States of America. You're saying that you expected Trump to do this. I mean, this isn't normal, right? Iran, like, other than bombing Iran from the air, then you basically have all of the military bases in the region at risk. It's literally causes chaos for the United States of America. They're in extreme amount of debt. They're already involved in the war with Ukraine and Russia. This basically destroys any future the United States of America has. And so you said that in terms of a false flag. So in terms of false flag, I did a poll and 90% of people, and I think there was like 20,000 votes, said that they believe that a false flag is going to happen because everyone just is supporting Iran. The vast majority of people, even in the United States, you've seen are supporting Iran. Do you think that people will believe it? Because now, as soon as something happens, people automatically say false flag anyway.
I mean, I think that we are in a bit of an echo chamber in Twitter. I think the average American is borderline mentally retarded. But if I don't know, you just look at the history of this stuff and it's like, Israel, commits war crimes. Every fucking senator and politician, we support Israel. Netanyahu gets, indicted for war crimes. We have him, speak in the U.S. and we talk about, the fact that whatever the committee is anti-Semitic and everybody tweets their support of Israel. Israel bombs Iran after President Trump literally fucking told them wait 24 hours for the peace negotiations, and then every single senator and congressman tweets their support of Israel. I mean, it's just like it's fucking crazy, the idea that we're going to get dragged into this war seems, I mean, pretty obvious. I don't know. I mean, like Israel's just not stopping. They're just fucking poking the bear, poking the bear, poking the bear, and all of our politicians just blindly support no matter what. Like, we stand with Israel, our greatest fucking ally. Like, I feel like I'm watching Groundhog Day with these retards tweets. So I don't know. I mean, they're not going to stop fucking with Iran, and our politicians clearly are not going to stop sticking up for Israel no matter what they do. So, us getting dragged into the war seems pretty like imminent. I don't know how to see it any other way. I mean, it's sad. I don't want it to happen, but I mean, I don't see how it doesn't happen.
I also want to add to what Dan said there real quick. For those that don't know, I was actually out on the streets. I've been doing this segment where on Friday nights, I pretty much set up a table and I put up like a prompt sign or whatever. And yesterday I put Israel's not our greatest ally, and I had a couple of people actually come up. And just to kind of give you guys a gist of like the American public, a lot of Americans don't even know that Israel has nuclear weapons, right? Or they don't know how they procured those nuclear weapons, or they don't know that like Israel attacked Iran first. So the average American is very, very clueless on what's going on in the Middle East and with this conflict. And then it's even more interesting because a couple of Israelis or a couple of Jewish people came up and said, "Oh, well, they have a right to defend themselves, blah blah," and they don't even know. I'm like, well, I find it interesting that Israel's trying to remove a nuclear program from Iran when they're running an illegal nuclear program in their own country. And a lot of people didn't even know that they have nuclear weapons. So, like, with what Dan's saying here on Twitter, where we kind of have our own echo chamber a little bit, he's kind of right because, the American public doesn't know a lot of this stuff, unfortunately. So I think it's very important why, sometimes we have to sound like a broken record and keep repeating ourselves. But, there's thousands of people in the space right now that are probably hearing this information for the first time. There might be I'm on stream right now with people on YouTube and Rumble, Kick, etc., that have probably never heard this information. So, our duty is really to spread this information out to as many people as possible and educate them on, the reality of what's going on here with this whole nuclear deal, and how the very country that's attacking Iran for having nukes or potentially getting nukes has an illegal nuclear program themselves. So, yeah, just kind of crazy how people are unaware of this stuff.
Yeah, I agree with you. I travel the United States a lot, and I was in Hawaii, just as one example. I was speaking to some Democrats, right, from LA, and they were like, "Oh, like I mean, they think the election was stolen this time, right?" But then I was like, "Listen, do you actually think it was, or do you think it was because the vast majority of people are disgusted by the American stance when it comes to Israel?" And they were shook. Like a lot of these Democrats don't even realize why they lost and what were the main deciding factors for why people switched from Democrat to Republic or voted for Trump thinking he's going to be anti-war. So I agree with you. Like a lot of people are unaware of what's happening, um, and so that's why I think Dan, if he did go for a presidential run and had serious impact, it would actually educate so many people. At the worst, that's what a lot of people will be red pilled, and then at the best, he could even win. So yeah, I do think that awareness is definitely needed. Um, Dan, just or Myron actually, in terms of false flag, actually, Myron, this is to you because I asked Dan this question already. In terms of false flag, from your own experience, like, are you right? We're in an echo chamber. If there was to be a false flag, though, what do you think? Do you think that would convince Americans to jump in, or do you think this time they wouldn't?
I would say people would definitely be skeptical. People would absolutely be skeptical. We saw obviously what happened with Epstein. We saw, Cash Patel and, Bongino get in there and say, oh no, Epstein actually did kill himself, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, America's trust in our government and our law enforcement agencies it's lower than it's ever been. So I think any type of attack now would definitely warrant some questioning or some skepticism, given especially since the fact that we're like in a very sensitive time where Israel is basically asking for help. I think the latest news is Israel is trying to get U.S. Intervention, and this isn't the first time they've done false flags before to get the United States involved. One of the biggest ones was 9/11. We know that they're involved in there. There's irrefutable evidence that there were Zionist fingerprints all over 9/11. And when you look at the culmination of what happened, uh, Israel benefited significantly after 9/11 and through the war on terror. We basically went ahead and eliminated a lot of their enemies for them after 9/11. So I don't put anything past the Israelis at all anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Um, I guess it's just craziness what you see in terms of like what's happening. Um, Coming back to the events right now, let me just quickly give some breaking news, and then I'll definitely jump in with a few more questions. The first one is that, and remember, there was a major cyber attack today. Myron, I think you jumped on the space before, where the Iranians made it seem like that they'd done a drone attack, but they hadn't, and then they were in shelters. But it did mean a number of Israelis, A, were either not unable to get into the shelters, or B, were not given updates while they were inside the shelters. So that was a big news in terms of from the Iranian perspective. Dan, obviously you've served like you've got a scenario where there's been a lot of attacks between the two. There's been a lot of hits. If this is elongated, then the missiles that both sides have been using has to be significantly reduced. Do you think this goes on quite long, or do you think this ends quite shortly based on your military experience?
Well, I wouldn't say my military experience comes into play at all with this, though. I'm just looking at it from basic math, right? Like every Iron Dome missile, doesn't it cost them like $1 million per missile? And they're sending in, cheap drones. And so, and they've, clearly, whether they allowed it to happen or whether it was just overwhelmed, missiles have struck, right? Like the Iron Dome was not impenetrable. And so, if the battle is every time they send a drone, it costs whatever $1,000, and every time Israel has to take it down, it's millions of dollars. I mean, I think Israel loses that battle, right? So it's just kind of like a cost there, and so the problem is we're just paying for all this shit. That's the brutal part. Is like the American tax dollars are just going to fund this nonsense. And look, if they were just defending themselves, and let's just say they had a right to be there. Let's say they weren't fucking genocidal assholes. Let's say they weren't, an ethnocentric, apartheid state that's, fucking stealing land that's not theirs. Let's say they weren't illegally acquiring nukes. Let's just say like they had the right to be there and they were getting attacked unprovoked by Iran and we were defending them. Like, okay, maybe. But the fact that they're fucking starting this fight, and then, we have to just come in and bail them out every time. It's just crazy. So that's where I really have issue is like, how is this benefiting Americans? Like, how can we justify paying for this after our president specifically told them not to attack? Like, how could it ever in a million years be justified that we have to pay for their defense when they attacked after we told them not to?
For sure.
Yeah,
Just a
no,
mob.
Dan, you're 100% right. It costs them like these Iranian drones cost somewhere between $20,000 to $50,000. Those interceptor missiles to take those drones down are at least double to triple that price. So yeah, I mean, from a financial perspective and just a resource perspective, it's significantly more expensive to shoot these weapons down than it is for Iran to shoot them over. So yeah, over time,
Myron,
it's
to give you an real quick cost comparison, after True Promise 2, Israel spent over $1 billion on the various interceptor missiles for its defense, which failed, obviously. Iran spent about 50-60 million, to give you a cost comparison.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Just want to interject that.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense because the drones are not that expensive because they manufacture them themselves. So
they're cheap.
Yeah, they're very cheap compared to the interceptor missiles, man. So yeah, I agree with you, Dan. They can't do this forever. They can't fund it forever. And that doesn't even, we haven't even talked about hypersonic missiles. This is just for like drones and some cruise missiles, which the Iron Dome and Arrow and all these other, and this David Sling are designed to intercept. But when it comes to like the hypersonic missiles, which Iran has a lot of those, they can't do anything with those.
Okay, another question for both of you guys, actually. I definitely want to hear your both opinions on this. Is we heard reports earlier today that there were multiple, minimum 6. I think there was 8 guys. You guys can remind me. I mean, the team's been on the pit space for the past like 72 hours, but specifically the last 24 hours. But there's been about 6 to 8 earthquakes from around 4 to 5 on the Richter scale in Iran, which seems to suggest that there is a possibility that this could either it's just natural earthquakes and it's coincidental where some earthquakes do happen in that region, but then there is this idea that there is a possibility that this is Iran possibly testing their nuclear facility. Some of the testing happened on the Iran-Pakistan border. The entry was blocked in terms of from the Pakistan-Iran perspective, the Iran border crossing. If that's true, and this is just speculation, but we're just speculating that this is a possibility that this was happening, and Iran has done their nuclear tests now. What does that mean? Guys, let's go Dan first, then we'll go Myron.
I mean, I hope they fucking do. I mean, I don't think there's a country in the world that deserves nukes more than Iran. I mean, the example I gave the other day is you got 2 kids fighting in school and you make it illegal for them to have guns. One goes out and gets 300 fucking guns and then beats the shit out of the other kid that doesn't have guns because they said, oh, well, we think he's going to get a gun. It's like, I hope Iran gets a fucking nuke. I mean, that'll actually probably dissuade nuclear war more than anything. Because I feel like another thing that Israel could be doing is just, letting their Iron Dome fail so they have an excuse to fucking nuke Iran. And if Iran doesn't have a response, I mean, I guess Pakistan's stepping up, but I think that them having nukes would dissuade a nuclear war more so than start one. And, so I don't know. I mean, you can't tell both sides they can't have nukes, allow one to stockpile them with impunity, and then go ballistic on the other one for the suggestion. And which, by the way, for the last 40 fucking years, it's been, oh, next month they're going to have a nuke. And, next year they're going to have a nuke. It's like, I've been hearing this since I was fucking born. So eventually, it's like the boy that cried wolf. I mean, and like I said, I feel like they deserve to have a nuke. I mean, if your neighbor who constantly is fucking with you has 300 of them, then, who's to say they're not allowed to have one of their own? I mean, they're the only ones that are allowing, nuclear inspectors to come over and check. They're the ones following the fucking rules. They're an actual real country. So, and they're the ones being attacked. So in my mind, they have a hell of a lot more of a right to have nukes than Israel, and especially if you consider the fucking Samson option, which Israel's like directly expressed, they're just going to nuke the entire fucking world if they feel like they're going to fall. I mean, that if that doesn't concern you, I don't know what the fuck would. I mean, a rogue state that isn't supposed to have nukes, that's conducting terrorism on a fucking weekly basis, has multiple nukes and says that they're going to just launch them at the whole world if they feel like they're going to fall. And they're the ones pressing this nonstop. I mean, fuck. If that's not a terrorist threat, like, please tell me what is.
I
Completely
love
agree.
that
Myron,
example.
what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean it's comical. It really is. The pot calling the kettle black in the highest senses. Where you have, and let's not forget that Israel acquired their nuclear program by illegally stealing uranium from us, contrary to what John F. Kennedy wanted, the last president to stand up to the Zionist regime. And that's another thing I talked about while I was out there debating, because a lot of people weren't aware of that either. That their nuclear program, absolutely stole resources from us to do it at against the will of a former U.S. president that got him killed. So for Israel to sit there and try to be the take the moral high ground and say, well, Iran can't have nuclear weapons, but we can, and we got ours illegally, and we're going to still not acknowledge it because we want to continue to get aid from the United States, is it's hypocrisy at the highest level. And I think the international world kind of understands this, but Americans might not. And the other thing too that's important for people to realize that it's not illegal to have a civilian nuclear program. It isn't, right? It's by international law. They have the right to have a nuclear program from an energy perspective. And then they also have the right to defend themselves. So if we're going to sit here and say, look, Israel has a right to defend themselves, well, according to Article 51, so does Iran. And they were attacked in a military sense, and they have every right to respond. And that's what they're doing right now. And, Israel, does this bullshit and gets away with it because they know that the United States is going to be able to back them up. And this has directly been the reason why Israel has taken such an aggressive posture with all of their neighbors, and why they've either been able to destabilize them through military conflict, have us bribe them like maybe the Egyptians or the Jordanians, or have some type of, put them into the Abraham Accords. But Israel is literally responsible for almost every single conflict in the Middle East over the past 70 plus years, or they've been the root cause of almost every one. Or if they're not the root cause, there's a significant link to Israel in every single one of these conflicts. So, people say all the time, oh, well, Israel is the only country standing in the way of Islamic terrorism approaching the United States. Well, Islamic terrorism wouldn't even exist, and we wouldn't be getting attacked if we didn't support Israel so much. And I think it's very important also for people to understand, if you want to know your enemy, you need to understand why your enemy is your enemy. You need to understand why they hate us. And, Bush and the other retarded neocons in 2003 were running around saying they hate us because of our freedoms. They hate us because of our freedoms, which, by the way, the person that used to write Bush's fucking speeches was a Zionist Jew, by the way, which makes it even funnier. His name, I don't have his name at the top of my head right now, but it's a Zionist Jew, neocon. But, these things, and it's good now because 20 years later, we have the hindsight to see that that was all a lie. But it's not that they hate us because of our freedoms. If you read Letter to America by bin Laden, he explicitly goes over his many grievances. And many of the grievances he has is because of American foreign policy that's dictated by who? Dictated by Israel. So, this is kind of, we're kind of coming to the culmination of bad foreign policy in the Middle East, and Iran now is in a do or die situation. They've been pretty restrained. I mean, we killed Qasem Soleimani. We attacked that. Israel attacked the embassy. They've been bombing and assassinating people all over the place. They killed Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. They bombed and killed Hassan Nasrallah. There's been a significant amount of escalation. And honestly, the operation they did while in the middle of diplomacy talks with the United States, that was just the end of it. And I think now at this point, the Israelis are finally starting to get a taste of the terror and the, death and destruction they've caused in the Middle East over the past several decades. Now they're hiding in fucking bunkers and seeing what it's like to be a Palestinian. The Palestinians don't even have the ability to hide in these bunkers or the access to the food or resources, but they're over here being inconvenienced, listening to sirens, hiding in a bunker, complaining about it. And it's like, this is what your government has basically done to you guys. And Netanyahu, I think, showed up earlier today, assessing the damage. And I think the reality is starting to hit him that, Israel's a glass cannon. They can't sustain continuous hypersonic missiles, because as time passes, it's only going to be harder and harder for them to defend themselves because the interceptor missiles are extremely expensive and a lot of them are getting through. So even if a fraction of these missiles get through, it's causing monumental damage for Israel that, quite frankly, they don't have the ability or resources to recover from to the same degree. They're not used to getting hit direct like they're getting hit. You got idiots like Yosef Haddad on Twitter crying, saying, "Oh my God, look at this! We're getting hit by the terror regime." And I find it incredible how a lot of these Zionist propaganda people, they'll sit there and they'll show you the damage in Tel Aviv. They'll sit there and tell you, "Oh my God, this person got killed," or "Oh, look at this," blah blah. But they'll never tell you why. They'll never tell you, "Oh yeah, well we hit them first. Oh, we've destabilized all these Arab countries. Oh yeah, we kill kids in Gaza." They will never tell you why they're getting hit. They'll just tell you we got hit. And, like October 7th, classic Zionist talking points every single time. Well, on October 7th, 1,200 Israelis were killed. Well, really? Were 1,200 Israelis killed by Hamas like you guys claim? We know about 400 of them were IDF, which means they're enemy combatants. We know that a bunch of them were killed by the Apache helicopters. We know a bunch of them were killed by the fucking tanks shooting into the goddamn kibbutzes, right? We know that there was disarray and discombobulation and that the Hannibal Directive was activated on that day, and Yoav Galan even admitted this on Israeli TV. So was it really 1,200 that were killed by Hamas? We don't even fucking know. But already the damage was done. Oh, they beheaded babies. Oh, they raped the women. Oh, they did X, Y, Z. And then you go ahead and you do some analysis. You find out that a lot of it was lies, and it was just to justify the ridiculous amount of bombing all across Gaza. So what the Israelis are experiencing now, right, hiding in bunkers, this is the consequence of decades upon decades of bad fucking foreign policy with their neighbors. And the chickens have come home to roost, man. And I think at this point, it's one of two things going to happen. Either Iran is going to bomb them so significantly that Israel's going to finally have to realize, like, okay, we can't continue on with this effort, or the United States is going to have to come in and do an offensive to protect them. But then you got to ask yourself, well, is it worth our time and our resource and our effort? Because we basically have to take a B-2 bomber, go into Iran and bomb this fucking big ass mountain that this nuclear facility is in. Is it worth it? Is it worth our soldiers getting attacked in the Gulf? Is it worth the amount of money it's going to cost us? Is it worth starting another war in the Middle East while we got protests going around all across the United States and people are protesting against the immigration stuff while, inflation is high, while the economy isn't at the best? Is it really worth it to go and do another war? And then on top of that, people need to know, it took us years to get Iraq under control. We had to put roughly 200,000 boots on the ground. We had to do airstrikes for damn near a month prior to doing it. Cost us trillions of dollars. Over 1 million people died. Like, are we prepared to do that with Iran? Because that's what it's really going to take when it comes to regime change. If we actually want to do a regime change, not only are we going to have to go ahead and attack these nuclear facilities, we're going to have boots in the ground and go in there. Well, Iran is significantly stronger and more sophisticated than the Iraqi army was. So it's not going to be a walk in the park. We're talking about an enormous amount of investment from the American perspective if we actually want to affect regime change. And the other reason, too, I think that's important for people to realize, the reason why the Israelis want a regime change so mad is because they want to go ahead and put in a puppet government like the Shah so that they can go ahead and continue their Greater Israel project without being impeded. Iran is what stands in the way of doing that. They're the last country left from the clean break memo in 1996. And it's funny how all of this has come to fruition and Iran is the last one left. So they're going to fight like there's no tomorrow. And unlike the Israelis, these Iranians, these guys, they're not afraid to die, right? That's another thing when it comes to these Muslim armies versus the IDF. These IDF soldiers are scared to die. These other motherfuckers are not, right? And last time I checked, it's probably not a good idea to go at people that, relish the ability to be martyred and say, oh, I'm going to go to heaven, whatever. It's just not a good idea. So the Israelis cannot continue to sustain this level of damage in Tel Aviv. And then as far as the regime change, it's going to be difficult to do, damn near impossible. We're going to need to put boots on the ground to do it. And Iran is a huge fucking country. I think 60 million people live there, bigger military, more sophisticated ballistic missile program. American soldiers are going to die in the process. And I don't think it's worth it, right? We're repeating history of what we did roughly 20 years ago. What do we have to show for the Iraq war? Abso-fucking-lutely nothing. Like, we have nothing to show for that. And, with a regime change, another thing that's also important people need to realize, if you're going to go ahead and affect a regime change, well, guess what? Once we leave, the people that were all the rebel groups, etc., they're going to take over. We left Afghanistan. Who's in power now? The Taliban. So we wasted 20 years trying to get the Taliban out of there. As soon as we leave, in the embarrassing way that we left, leaving all that classified equipment there, the Taliban now take back over, and now they have access to all this equipment. So regime change is just not it's not a good idea, and it's going to be damn near impossible. And I don't think it's worth it at this point. We didn't learn our fucking lesson 20 years ago. So I hope we don't step in and try to affect the regime change on behalf of the Israelis. But yeah, man, it is what it is.
Well, with the with the Shahs, if that's who they tried to put in, remember they're interlocked and interconnected with the Israelis, like the right, or even the Jewish people. So like the Shah, I think his daughters are married to Jewish guys. There was a big wedding, so it's almost like them putting themselves in power now at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the reason why they want to, because the thing is this, like the reason why Israel's so desperate to get rid of the nuclear program is because they know that if the Iranians get the nuclear bomb, they will not be able to affect the regime change that they want. Because, look, I use North Korea as an example all the time. Look at North Korea. We've had tensions with them forever, but we don't dare attack them, or we don't, push too much of a military threat because they have nuclear weapons. So it forces us to respect them, right? I mean, Trump, met with Kim Jong-un and shook his hand, after the whole Rocket Man debacle. And the reason for that is because the North Korea forced us to basically respect them. Now, if the Iranians get the nuclear bomb, that will force the Israelis to respect them, and then they have to exercise some level of diplomacy. But the Israelis never want to exercise diplomacy. It's always forced diplomacy. Either we bribe them to cooperate with Israel, like Jordan or Egypt, or we bomb the fuck out of them, like we did with Iraq, or invade, like we did with Iraq, or we use clandestine operations to destabilize them. So this is the problem with the Israelis, is they can't play nice with their neighbors. They never can. And we're an enabler on that.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. Let me just quickly give a couple of updates, and then we'll get right back into. I've got a few more questions. So, as you know, Israel has tried. We mentioned this earlier, but it's been reported again. Israel has stopped Israelis from fleeing the country. Ben Gurion Airport is closed, and no Israeli is allowed to leave. And because of that, the US have issued a warning. Actually, we were going to tweet this out, but I'm not sure, it might be out already. The embassy in Jerusalem will close its doors starting today, including the consular section in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, and will not provide any services. The embassy is currently not in a position to evacuate Americans or directly assist them in leaving Israel. Ben Gurion Airport remains closed, and there are no commercial or even private flights operating from there. So Israel is in complete disaster. People are locked in. There's many people who want to get out, and they just can't get out. And obviously Fox News are even reporting how bad it is. But I mean, coming back to the point about that, when you look at this is kind of more from a socio perspective, right? But when you look at the Israelis and you look at generally the Jewish people, especially within the state of Israel and elsewhere, is they're quite soft in that regard. Like they'll claim anti-Semitism for the most minor of issues. Obviously, Dan, you're a victim of that. As are you, Myron. As I am. As are many others. Many people on this platform. How long will that type of people be able to endure such a real battle and war when they're having to spend such a long time in bunkers? Dan.
I mean, I don't know. I love the fact that they attacked Iran and they were relishing it and they were celebrating and talking about, like, fuck around and find out. And, as soon as Iran retaliates, like, oh my God, we're in shelters. It's like them begging for sympathy and everybody's telling them to get fucked. So I don't know. It's kind of like when you see the bully in school beating the shit out of the little kid and finally, the little kid sticks up for himself. It's like everybody's excited. So I think people are cheering this on and they're not getting the sympathy that they used to. I think the word anti-Semitism has no meaning anymore. I think that, them throwing out the Holocaust, all the typical bullshit that they used to do that used to shut down debates or get them sympathy or, immediately shift the narrative is not working anymore. And I think it's kind of taking the mask off, and you're seeing that. You're seeing it with Dave Portnoy. You're seeing with all these fucking obnoxious Jews that, are acting like assholes. And then when they shriek anti Semitism or, how many fucking Jews have to die, whatever, and everybody kind of laughs at them, is like, fuck off. they just can't handle it because they've gotten away with this for so long that it's kind of like ingrained. It's like that whole thing of like you take somebody out to dinner 10 times and you don't pay on the 11th time, they look at you like you fucked them. Well, this is kind of a similar situation. They've gotten away with it for so long that now they're not getting away with it. They're freaking out.
Myron, same question to you. I know you had that
Yeah, no,
incident with them at that debate, if I remember.
Yeah, I mean, the term anti-Semitism literally means nothing anymore, right? And they're trying to, obviously update the definition. The IHRA is doing everything in their mind to, in their power to, extend and broaden the definition of anti-Semitism to fit their political ideology. We saw that they were doing this to, justify deporting the college kids. And it's going to get to a point now where, well, it already is here, where if you criticize the Israeli government, they're going to go ahead and call that anti-Semitism. But the thing is that this is the first time that we've been able to capture a genocide on camera, right? Like real time. Like this has been going on since the beginning of human history, but it hits different when you're actually seeing it real time. And obviously, this has made the international community very appalled, right? It's one thing to hear about a genocide; it's nothing to see it. And every single expert, to include Israeli Holocaust researchers, even they're coming out and saying, "Yeah, what's going on in Gaza is a genocide." So when you're seeing the Israelis get hit back and get a taste of their own medicine, a lot of people are celebrating. A lot of people are like, "This is awesome," blah blah blah. And this is kind of the pushback from 70 to 80 years of Israeli imperialism and them just running rampant all across the Middle East, man. So the sympathy is absolutely gone. I look at like I said, the Yosef Haddad guy. If you go look at his Twitter account, and he has a big following, he has like hundreds of thousands of followers. People are in there like making fun of him, saying like, "Oh, well, now you guys are getting a taste of what it's like to be a Palestinian for a day, etc." So, these guys were cheering and celebrating, the destruction of Gaza. Dumbass, what's that dude's name? The Indian dude, I forget his name.
Vivid.
The vivid retard. He literally posts every single day showing like Gaza being flat, saying, "Oh, look, this if you, Hamas started this, fuck around and find out." Okay, motherfucker. Well, you guys are fucking around and finding out right now, because you guys are sitting there in your fucking bunkers, like little bitches, because you guys are getting a taste of your own medicine. So we'll see what happens, man. Because like I said before, Israel is not going to be able to continue to maintain this conflict long. The Iron Dome and the Arrow and the Sling have a finite amount of interceptor missiles, and they won't be able to stop. And once they lose their missile defense system, they're cooked, dude. Like once they run out of interceptors, they are absolutely fucking cooked, bro. Like they're done. So they really need to start. I'd
And
be
remember, Myron,
yeah.
like Trump came out and said that he'd actually freshly stockpiled them a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and I'm sure they probably already run through a significant amount of interceptor missiles. So right between that and the THAAD and everything else, they won't be able to maintain this defense forever, man. And once they run out of interceptor missiles, or once they don't have as many, they're absolutely cooked, man. Israel's going to be in a very vulnerable position, and they'll finally get a taste of what it's like and the terror that the rest of the Middle East has had to endure through them.
It's crazy. We are expecting another bombardment from Iran in the next few hours, because they normally do it in the dark, and it's only going to stay dark in Iran for probably another few hours. So we are expecting major attacks.
David Frum was the guy's name. That was Bush's writer, by the way, Chad. Thank you, Josie, for getting me that. Yes, David Frum was the guy that wrote Bush's speeches. Neocon Zionist.
I mean, one thing I have to give credit for is when I'm looking at, I know we're in an echo chamber, generally speaking, but when you look at a lot of the kind of MAGA people, they are largely pushing back against going to war with Iran, and a number of people on the right as well. I think, what's his name again? Charlie Kirk did a poll asking if they should join a war with war against Iran, and 90% of his followers, and his followers are basically Zionist evangelicals, said that no, they shouldn't. So I mean, that, I think in a way that indicates the psyche that people definitely don't want to do this. With the war in Iraq, they manufactured consent after September the 11th. How would it work from that perspective, Dan, if the leadership force America into war, but the people disagree with it?
Well, I mean, they're going to have to justify it somehow, right? And I think that when you've got people like Piers Morgan jumping ship, that's a pretty good indicator that the fucking tide is turning, you know? Because I can promise you, it's not because he had some sudden, you know, dose of morality, right? It's because his audience is turning on him in real time. And I don't think that he wants to lose his audience because I think even he realizes, like, you know, yeah, his show producers, you know, could continue putting him on. But if people, you know, are just constantly like, fuck you, Piers, in the comments and people don't like him, his days are numbered. So, and you see the people that have kind of like gone off on their own, they've all done really well. Tucker Carlson, you know, Candace Owens,
Like,
people that,
isn't Pace Morgan? I think he's pushing the war with Iran though, because
no,
he's always
I'm
on
saying
top.
in the sense that he's finally, like, you know, chastising the Israeli, you know, officials for, you know, committing a genocide. Really, at the end of the day, you know, killing journalists, doing all the things that they've been doing. He's more recently been coming out on the side of the Palestinians. So when he was adamantly opposed to it for, you know, at least what, a year and a half. So I'm just saying, I think the tide is turning a bit. That's why I'm so concerned with the false flag attack, is because they really at this point need something to point to, you know, for a reason to go to war with Iran. Because this whole thing is like, oh, we just have to defend Israel, and, you know, we just have to defend Israel. Like, I think that's kind of wearing pretty thin, even on the evangelical boomer retards. I think they're going to need a little bit more, and that's why I'm concerned. I mean, look, they, you know, September 11th was done for a reason, right? And there was a clear cause and effect, and it was effective, right? So I just think they're going to need to have something like that. I think they're going to point to it. I mean, they've already been hinting at it, like, oh, you know, Iran tried to assassinate Bush, or sorry, not Bush, but Trump. You know, they were like, I mean, they said that numerous times, and so you know, they're just doing everything in their power to point. And that's why I said it would be a disaster if Iran actually did anything to a U.S. military base. I mean, I know that's what Israel is like praying for. Um, but I don't think they're dumb enough to do that. And if they don't, and we truly don't have any reason to go into this war, I think that Trump is going to get a lot of pushback. I think that it's just unjustifiable. I don't think anybody wants it. There's no benefit for it. There's no reason. Um, but who knows? You know, who knows?
Yeah, I could add to that real quick. You got people, right? Like, you know, Charlie Kirk is probably one of the biggest, you know, political commentators, conservative in America. And, you know, he's super pro-Israel. Even he, you know, is saying for us to not get involved from a offensive standpoint or not get too involved. You know, Dan Wall, you know, Matt Walsh, like, you know, the thing is this, when I've come to realize this when it comes to political commentators in the United States, a lot of them aren't well versed in foreign policy, especially Middle Eastern foreign policy. And I think that's by design and on purpose, because if you are well versed and understand Middle Eastern foreign policy, you will understand the bullshit that Israel does. And obviously, in conservative media, if you're critical of Israel, that is a death sentence to you. Okay, it's why they basically canceled Nick, because he started asking questions. It's why certain political commentators that are considered far right, because if you criticize Israel, they automatically put you in the far right category. Because
Well,
regular
no,
right
now
wing,
now it's the woke right. They came up with a whole new term, right? It's the woke right. You know, if you're against Israel, then you're a woke right. You know, that's a new like talking point.
yeah, they either call you woke right or they call you far right. But either way, it's a pejorative. It's a pejorative insult to anyone on the right wing that's critical of Israel, right? Because traditional conservative media has always shilled for Israel. What is the Daily Wire, PragerU, Blaze Media, you know, Bongino, Crowder, Charlie Kirk. All of these guys have always been pro-Israel and never critical of Israel for obvious reasons, because they run the fucking conservative media landscape. But people are waking up, man. Even people like Charlie Kirk can't justify you know, saying, "Oh yeah, we should be assisting Israel from a military perspective." He put out a poll and asked his audience, "Should we get involved?" And like 90% of his audience literally said no. So that's a good sign. Dan, you're gonna say something?
No, I mean, I totally agree with you, and you know, you see it. I mean, and you know, my uncle used to be one of those people that was just, you know, oh, we have to support Israel. We just have to support Israel because that's what he heard. Well, you know, guess what? You know, one of the people that he listened to is Candace Owens, and she's not saying that anymore. You know, and now you know, Tucker Carlson's not saying that anymore, and you know, now Piers Morgan's not saying that anymore. And you know, so it's like, you know, these people are, they're turning. I mean, obviously, like the masses have figured this out, but even the people that are resistant to this, like you said, the Matt Walshes, the people out there that are, have been historically like just unanimously pro-Israel, even them, they're saying, we shouldn't be going to war. Because I mean, it's so fucking obvious. Like, why would we go to war? What do we benefit? We benefit in no way, shape, or form, and there's all sorts of negative implications. So, as a politician, you are supposed to do what is in the best interest of your fucking people, not what is in the best interest of a foreign nation. And when you choose a foreign nation over your own people, I mean, that is the definition textbook of treason. So, and that's what you have. You have our politicians committing treason. And whether it's because of blackmail or because they're being bribed, or I don't give a fuck what the reason is, you do not put a foreign nation's interest above yours. And for us to go to war for Israel is putting a foreign nation's interest above America's, because we get absolutely nothing and we will lose a lot. It'll be, very expensive. It'll turn a lot of, Arab Muslims against us. It's just complete net negative. And it's not right either. Like, Israel is the aggressor. They're not responding. We don't need to defend them. They are the aggressor. So, they want to run around the fucking schoolyard and punch a bunch of people in the face and they get hit back. Well, hey, fuck around, find out. That's how life works, So this whole thing of like us defending them, that's out the window because they are the aggressor. And the fact that Trump told them to stand down and they didn't, I mean, if he supports them after they basically spit in his face, that'll tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and he tried to frame it as, oh, I knew what was going on or whatever. His ego won't even let him admit that, like, the fucking Israelis severed his fucking diplomacy. He tried to come in on Truth Social or whatever and make it sound as if, like, oh, yeah, I knew what was going on. And, that those weapons they use are our weapons and shit like that. It's like, bro, like, dude, just admit the fact that, like, Netanyahu doesn't respect you. He does whatever the fuck he wants. And quite frankly, you have to play nice with him because Mira Matelson fucking gave you $200 million plus and kept you from going to prison. That's the fucking reality here. That is why Trump is beholden to the Zionist lobby. They literally put him in fucking office. You got losers like fucking Bill Ackman saying, oh, the U.S. needs to get involved. No, fuck you, dude. How about you go ahead? You go to Israel. You can suit up. You can take your billions of dollars and fucking go fight over there. None of us want to fucking fight for the Jews anymore, man. Like, we're good, dude. We're totally, we understand the ramifications of fighting in Middle Eastern wars. And, it took decades for us to figure it out. But I'm glad that people are waking up and realizing that, like, war is just no longer an option. And when you got super pro Zionist political commentators even saying we shouldn't get involved, that's how you know that the tide has turned, man, which is a good sign. It's a really good sign. Because I'll tell you this, if this was going on 20 years ago, oh, man, people would have been like, yeah, we need to come in and defend Israel, all that stupid, dumb shit, because the conservatives in America, the Republican Party in America, they openly cuck for Israel, right? Democrats do too, but Democrats kind of do it covertly, especially with what they're doing in Gaza. But the Republicans openly cuck for them. So it's good to see that the general public, is not supportive of a conflict with Iran on the behalf of Israel. And it would be tough. It would be so hard to do. Like, it took us years to get Iraq under control. And when we left, guess what happened? It just, boom, a vacuum suck, and then a bunch of terrorists come in. So regime change is just not a viable option. Sometimes it's better to just allow that dictator be in place than it's better to have the enemy that you know versus the enemy that you don't. Because the Arab world, people don't understand this. The entire Arab world is run by monarchs or dictators. And if you remove that person, as much as you might hate them, that person kept some level of semblance of order. So as soon as you remove them from power, you end up with a fucking vacuum, and rebels take over, and it becomes destabilized. It becomes crazy. Now, obviously,
Yeah, I mean, just look at the history, right? I mean, look, we removed Gaddafi from Libya. Now, that place is,
Yep.
it was doing really well. Now it's a fucking absolute shithole. You can buy a slave for $300. You look at what happened with Saddam. They said he was such a bad guy, and we need to topple that regime, and it'll be good for the stability of the region. That's what Netanyahu said. He came and fucking testified in front of Congress that we had to do it, and they had weapons of mass destruction, and it'll add stability to the region, and it's been an absolute fucking disaster. So historically, it's he keeps telling us, he's like, oh, you do this and it'll add stability to the region. All it's done is the exact fucking opposite. So it's like, how many times do you have to do the same thing and get a negative result to realize, like, hey, this is not the answer. It's not the answer to just topple regimes. It's not our fucking business anyways, and it's all for the benefit of Israel. We get nothing out of it. It's just pure bullshit. And these countries are much worse for it. I mean, you look at them now and you look at where they were before, and it's like They're all much worse. So who won? The only person that won is fucking Israel. We lost, cost us trillions of dollars. These countries are fucking destroyed, and who's the beneficiary? The fucking Israeli Jews once again. I'm just fucking. I think people are tired of it.
Yeah, 100%. And I've got another question, which is, Myron, you said that a lot of right wing commentators are coming out against the war. One who isn't is someone from your hometown of Miami, is Patrick Bet David. He's obviously an Iranian. He's part of the want to put the ex-Shahs back in place. Again, that's not a democracy, that's a monarchy. But he wants the monarchists back in, and he's been pushing it significantly. He recently did a video where he claimed that the region was in peace until the current Iranian regime came into power, which shows his level of ignorance, because that means he doesn't know the 48 war, the 56 war, the 67 war, the 67 70 war, the 1930 Yom Kippur war. So it shows his ignorance. But anyway, putting his ignorance aside, he is somebody who's pushing America to go to war. He is someone who's pushing for a massive regime change, and he wants the monarchists, who are basically linked to obviously the Jewish Zionists, back in power. Someone who is as influential as him have on the platform he's on, and he never really brings anyone on who can actually push back on him. I know, Dan, you've been on before, but generally speaking, he doesn't. What's your thoughts on that, Myron, in terms of him and his statements?
Yeah, no, sorry, I just stepped away, but I got the end of what you were saying. Yeah, I mean, I actually responded to this because I saw that he talked about how, that there weren't any wars under the Shah, or he made some kind of crazy claim like that, or the Iran is responsible for a lot of the conflicts. That's absolutely not true. It's Israel. If you look at every single conflict in the Middle East has been involved, whether you had mentioned the Yom Kippur War, 6-Day War, all these different conflicts is because of Israel. So for him to say that, here's the thing with Iran, right? And I was talking about this earlier. Like, they had their first democratically elected president in the 1950s. I think his name was Mogadesi. I might be mispronouncing it. And we ran an Operation Ajax, where us and the Brits and the Israelis basically destabilized them and got him out of power because he wanted to nationalize their oil, right? To obviously protect their sovereignty and make sure that, it's not just the Brits, profiting off of their resource. And we got him out of power, and that led to the Shah getting in power. He was wildly unpopular, and he basically allowed a rejected cleric to take over. And this is how we have the regime that we have now. So it was through American intervention and Israel, along with the British and the Israelis, that led to the current regime they have now. And and obviously when the Iranian Revolution took place in 1979, this led to the embassy workers being kidnapped, and all the aggressive and bad political tension that we've had with Iran. So we have ourselves to blame for that, man. And this is what happens when you affect regime change. You might not necessarily be able to control who gets power after that. And this is from Western intervention, man.
When you look at for example, what Dan mentioned, that every single kind of war that's occurred has occurred for Israeli interests. They've never benefited anybody else except themselves. Obviously, we look at the mass occupation and proliferation that happened in there. Let's say they were to get their way. There was a video that came out today. Well, I posted it today. Obviously, it's a much older video. And what Israel said is that if they take out Iran, next is Pakistan. Now, Pakistan being the next one is kind of by the by. But what this shows is their kind of expansionist attitude. First, it was, we need to get Iraq out of the way. Then it was get Afghanistan out the way. I mean, the other way around. And then it was to get Syria out the way. And now it's to get Iran out the way. And then later it'll be Pakistan. And then after that, it'll be another country. Well, it'll be a bit of Saudi Arabia. So basically creating the Israeli empire in a way, or creating destruction around every person in the Middle Eastern or Southeastern region. So it means it's never going to end. What's your thoughts about that, Dan?
Well, I mean, they've got the whole Greater Israel plan. It's one of these things where, I feel like he's made his position pretty clear. I mean, he said the regimes that he's wanted to topple. I mean, he's pretty much toppled all of them except for Iran. I mean, it's, to me, the writing's on the wall. And I also think that he's in a bit of a, rat in the corner position where, if he doesn't continue the war, then, he might go to jail and he has to face trial and whatever. So, yeah, it's it's a bit of an unfortunate situation, right? You've got a guy that's clearly doesn't want to stop, and he's in a position where it wouldn't benefit him to stop, and then you've got us just, waiting behind him like a fucking loyal lapdog that's willing to just, or attack dog, whatever, that's just willing to go whenever he says go. So I don't know. I mean, this is just kind of just playing out the way you would expect it to play out. They continue to fuck with everybody around them, and then when they get a reaction, then they call us to come bail them out. I mean, we've seen this movie before, so I guess. And there's not really much we can do. I mean, we just sit here and wait and just and just see what Trump's going to do. But yeah, it's just unfortunate being in a bit of a powerless situation where you're funding a genocide, you've got no say, and your president seems to just be completely fucking compromised along with all the rest of your politicians.
Yeah. Myron, same question to you. And a lot of people do mention, like, for example, the countries stated in the clean break memo, which is obviously Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Iran, what was it, Libya, and Somalia, and Sudan. And obviously, they say Iran's the last one. But then there's other videos where they talk about other countries as well. Like I mentioned the one where he said after Iran, it's Pakistan. And so why I'm mentioning that is not that it's Pakistan specifically, but it just shows that even them 7 countries, it seems to suggest that that's not their only target. And maybe even Greater Israel isn't their only target because that's just within a specific region. And like Pakistan isn't part of the Greater Israel project. So doesn't that indicate that the plan is significantly worse? The expansionist ideology of the Zionists is significantly worse, whether it's expansion based on their control or destruction.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important that people understand. There is a religious perspective on a lot of the moves that Israel makes. Right? They want to build they want to destroy the Al-Aqsa Mosque and be able to create their temple. Right? And they know doing that will anger the Arab world. Right? And basically, if they don't have an agreement through the Abraham Accords through a Muslim country, that pretty much puts them on the radar to potentially be a target of Israel's moves, because they understand that for them to do everything that they want to do, they need to neutralize Muslim majority countries and either make sure they're part of the Abraham Accords or they're destroyed. So Pakistan is in an interesting situation because Pakistan is kind of an ally of the United States, but not really, right? There's a reason why Obama didn't notify them before they ran the operation in Abbottabad with Osama bin Laden. Pakistan plays both sides, right? They kind of, deal with the United States because they have to, but at the same time, they also understand that the United States can't be trusted and neither can be Western powers. So I wouldn't be surprised if, let's say hypothetically, Iran was, toppled by Israel. Nothing would shock me if the Israelis tried to work on Pakistan next. And the reason for that is because Pakistan has nuclear weapons, which is a big, big fucking threat to Israel. Obviously, they can't deal with the Pakistanis right now because Iran's a way bigger threat. But I would not be surprised if Pakistan wasn't the next one on the target list, for sure, because of their nuclear capability.
But then that adds to the whole point that even though there is the religious element, which is the Greater Israel Project, that there are countries that they're targeting that isn't part of that Greater Israel Project. And so it's maybe demonstrating that in addition to the religious component, there's a much bigger component that is they just want to dominate. Myron.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they look at it like the more places they control, the more they're able to protect their own interests, right? And one thing I will give to the Israelis is they know how to stick together, right? And they know how to ensure. There's this saying that if one Jew gets money, 10 Jews get money. They're fantastic at ensuring that other members of their community succeed, which is why they have such tight knit communities and they're so successful.